Sir, good morning. நான் பேசுறது கேக்குதாங்க சார்?
கேக்குது மேம். சுதா மேம் கேக்குது.
ஓகே சார். குட் மார்னிங்.
பிரின்சிபல் உள்ள வந்தா தான் நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும்.
பாருங்க வந்துட்டாங்களா சார்?
இல்ல அவங்க மேடம் சீஃப் கெஸ்ட் உள்ள வந்துட்டாங்க. பிரின்சிபல் மட்டும் வந்துட்டாங்கன்னா நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம்.
சரிங்க சார்.
பேசுறது காதுல உள்ளதா? யார் பேசுறது?
கேக்குது.
உங்களுக்கு சார் பேசுறது காது.
யார் பேசுறதுமா? அன்பழகன் சார். அவர் மியூட்ல இருக்காரு நம்ம அன்பழகன் சார்.
ஹலோ.
அன்பழகன் சார் கேக்குது சார். இப்ப கேக்குதா
சார்? சொல்லுங்க.
Can you hear me? Hello.
செல்வி மேம் ஒரு 2-3 minutes தான் நான் முடிச்சிட்டே இருந்துச்சு. நீங்க லேப்டாப்போட கனெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்களா மேம்?
Yes, sir, I want to present some slides, so you give me the sharing permission also.
Okay ma'am, definitely I will give this ma'am. Just 2 minutes. After 10 minutes, whenever your turn is come, we will co-host. We will turn as a co-host, ma'am. Please.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, we have already given co-host to her, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, already yes, we have given ma'am co-host to you. You are right to share your screen if possible. Ma'am, Mridula ma'am.
Yeah, I okay. You make me co-host now.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. It is now okay. Anna, it is visible now.
Screen is not visible, ma'am.
What? The screen is
not visible. Yeah.
Just let me check.
Okay.
Yeah, it is visible.
She has to.
Now it is visible. Now it is visible, ma'am.
Okay.
Now it is visible. Okay. Thank you.
Now I'm making stop sharing. After that, turn
after your turn is, you can please. Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, Selvi ma'am. Selvi ma'am.
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Hello ma'am. Ma'am.
சொல்லுங்க பிரதர்.
ஹலோ மேம், கேக்குதா மேம்?
கேக்குதுப்பா. நான் பேசுறது கேக்குதா? ஹலோ.
கேக்குது. கேக்குது மேம். பேசுங்க மேம். இல்ல அன்பழகன் சாருக்கு கேட்கலன்னாங்க. சரி. நீங்க பேசுங்க மேம். அவர் செக் பண்ணதா. சார் கேக்குதா?
Yes, sir. Shall we start?
Principal came?
Sir?
Principal came or not?
Sir, waiting for some time, huh?
Ma'am, principal came or not? Principal came inside?
Other sir, principal came or not?
I don't know, ma'am. I think I can check whether it is.
Okay.
I think she is not, still now is not entered, I think.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Ma'am, anybody informed to the principal? Otherwise, I will call the principal.
இன்னும் வரல பிரின்சிபல். வெளியே வந்துரும் மேடம் அது.
Sir, yes, sir. Can you call to principal, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. Just wait, I will call.
Okay, sir.
தம்பி சாப்பிடுச்சு. காக்கா சவுண்ட் கேக்குது.
And principal joined. We can start.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So, sir, we start, sir. Okay.
Okay, we can stop.
Good morning. Good morning, Ananda. And Dr. So, we are likely here to provide one of the same. We should start with the definition of the concepts and applications of mathematics, organized by your PG and Research Department of Mathematics, Government Arts College. So it's mandatory for our department to welcome the gathering. I call upon our head department and to welcome the gathering.
Good morning to all. It is my pleasure to meet you all in the very peculiar international conference on application of mathematics, organized by my own department, that is PG and Research Department of Mathematics, and IQAC of Government Arts College, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, India. Mathematics in application side is very much related to our everyday life. For managing money, shopping for the best price, preparing food, figuring out distance, time and cost for travel, the knowledge and experience on application of mathematics is very essential one. Hence, the title of the conference is apt to all of us. I first of all cordially welcome Dr. S.S. Rosemary, Principal, Government Arts College, Trichy, Tamil.
Ma'am, voice is not clear. Hello? Ma'am, voice is not hearing.
Message anupunga sir.
Sir, now okay?
Now okay it is.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Can I start, sir?
Can we start?
Okay. Good morning to all. It is my pleasure to meet you all in the very peculiar international conference on application of mathematics organized by my own department, that is PG and Research Department of Mathematics and IQAC of Government Arts College, Trichy 22, Tamil Nadu, India. Mathematics in application side is very much related to our everyday life. For managing money, shopping for the best price, preparing food, figuring out distance, time and cost for travel, the knowledge and experience on application of mathematics is very essential one. Hence, the title of the conference is apt to all of us. I first of all cordially welcome Dr. S.S. Rosemary, Principal, Government Arts College, Trichy, Tamil Nadu, India. I give preference to invite Dr. Mirudula Canoria, Professor, Department of Mathematics, University of Calcutta, who is going to deliver the keynote address of this international virtual conference. Then my sense of welcome extends to Dr. M.G. Fejul Karim, Professor from the Department of Information Technology, Mathematics Section, University of Technology and Applied. Then my sense of welcome extends to Dr. M.G. Fejul Karim, Professor from the Department of Information Technology, Mathematics Section, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Al Muzana Sultanate of Oman, who is going to be the resource person for the session 1. Then I expose of my interest in greeting the resource person for the technical session 2 of this conference, Dr. A. Sunny Kuriakos, Chief Administrator and Dean Research, Mar Fezlios Institute of Technology and Science, Nellimattam, Kerala. Then I extend my welcome to Dr. A. Muhammad Ali, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, GTN Arts College, Dindigul, Tamil Nadu, India. Then I cordially invite all of my dear colleagues of this department for playing a vital role in this program. In particular, Dr. A. Nanam, who is consenting to deliver vote of thanks, and Dr. A. Sendamil Selvi for accepting to act as most of ceremony. Before to conclude, I want to point out the vigorous involvement in coordinating all the resource persons together for this international virtual conference. The number of participants joined in this program is the real evidence for his pain and pleasure. So I happily congratulate Dr. Yahya Muhammad, the organizing secretary of International Virtual Conference on Application of Mathematics 2021 for the grand success. I welcome the teaching faculty and research scholars who are from corners of the geographical location to support this event by joining as participants. I also assure that this event is profitable in utilizing this conference in your career. So once again, I wholeheartedly welcome all for this international virtual conference. Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I feel very privileged today to invite the president of today's conference, our beloved principal, to enlighten us with her presidential address. Welcome, ma'am. I hand over the session to our principal.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Respected Professor Dr. Mirudula Canoria, Professor, Department of Mathematics, University of Calcutta, who is going to deliver special address. Respected resource person, Dr. M.G. Fejul Karim, Department of Information Technology and Applied Science, Al Muza, Sultanate of Oman. Respected resource person, Dr. A. Sunny Kuriakos, Chief Administrator and Dean Research, Mar Fezlios Institute of Technology and Science, Nellimattam, Kerala. Respected resource person, Dr. A. Muhammad Ali, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, GTN Arts College Autonomous, Dindigul, Tamil Nadu. Dear
Dr. Sudha, Head of the Department, Department of Mathematics, Government Arts College, Tiruchi. Dear Organizing Secretary, Dr. Yahya Mohammed, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Government Arts College, Tiruchi. Dear Assistant Professors, Dr. Nyanam, Dr. Sendabal Selvi, Dr. Anbarahan, Dr. Farita Azma, Dr. Uma Madeshwari, Dr. Srividya, and other faculty members of this college and other colleges, students and others. First of all, I appreciate the Department of Mathematics to organize one-day international virtual conference on application of mathematics, and the resource persons who have consented to deliver 3 important areas in which they are scholarly specialized. The focusing areas for today's discussions are cancer, mathematical modeling, fuzzy decision theory, and fuzzy graph application. Mathematics is one of the most important subjects of our life. Its use is everywhere. We use mathematics every day, even without knowing it. We are surrounded by the world of mathematics. Maths helping researchers understand how cancer grow and how cancer cell function. This knowledge equips scientists with tools to predict treatment response and in turn improve the treatment overall. Today, dose-dense chemotherapy, a strategy of delivering more doses in less time, has been shown to improve the survival rate and is an example of real life verifying mathematical predictions. I hope today's presentation and discussion can facilitate deep level investigation on this subject. Fuzzy means vagueness. Fuzzy logic is based on observation that people make decisions based on imprecise and non-numerical information. Fuzzy models and sets are mathematical means of representing vagueness and imprecise information. Graph theory serves as a mathematical model to represent any system having a binary relation. And fuzzy graph theory is a combination of graph theory and fuzzy set theory. And it has been applied in various fields of science and engineering. With this, I welcome Dr. Mridula Kanoria, Dr. M.G. Fajlul Karim, Dr. A. Sunny Kuriakos, Dr. A. Muhammad Ali to present their views and participants to interact with them for enrichment of knowledge of respective themes. Once again, I appreciate Head of the Department, Organizer, and the faculty members for the one-day international virtual conference. I wish this program will be a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We are very happy that you are expressing your view on the teachings of mathematics. Thank you once again. Now, introducing the secrets and essential part of our conference. Now, I invite my colleague.
Should I start now?
Ma'am, just wait. Ma'am. I will introduce you, and after that you can start, please.
Okay.
Just 5 minutes. Please stop staring, please, ma'am. Ma'am, please stop staring. Mridula, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, I started now.
No, stop staring, ma'am, please. First of all.
Achha, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Can I start?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you can start, sir.
Very pleasant morning to one and all gathering in the virtual conference. Respected principal, esteemed chief guest Professor Dr. Mridula Kanoria, Professor, University of Calcutta, beloved resource person of technical session in the morning, Dr. M.G. Fazlul Karim Oman, respected head and colleagues of mathematics department, heads and staff members from all various departments, faculty from all over country, and my dear participants. Good morning to all. This conference may be the platform to enrich the knowledge in the application of mathematics. In our real life, mathematics plays a vital role directly or indirectly. It is mandatory to know about the application of mathematics because we are using mathematics knowingly or unknowingly in all our day-to-day life. So with the permission and the guidance of the principal, our department has planned to organize this conference for sharing the knowledge to the mathematical community. Nowadays, most of the researchers are working on development and extension of the theories, but not in the application points of view. I hope this conference will help you greatly in the application of mathematical concept. As the organizing secretary, I take this opportunity to thank our principal, Dr. S.S. Rosemary, for her constant support and guidance in all our academic activities. She always helping and motivating us to enhance our students' knowledge in all aspects. We have experts from across the world who will be sharing their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with us. It's my pleasure to walk you through this conference and introduce the speakers and delegates that have attended from all over the world today to share their knowledge and also enhance our knowledge. In this today's conference, 267 participants have registered themselves from all over the world. It's my privilege to thank our chief guest, eminent speakers, for accepting our invitation and being part of the event. I thank Dr. M.G. Fazlul Karim from Oman, Dr. A. Sunny Kuriakos from Kerala, Dr. A. Muhammad Ali from Tamil Nadu for accepting to deliver the lecture in this conference. Even though in their busy schedule, they readily to accept our invitation. On behalf of the Department of Mathematics and my own behalf, once again, I thank all resource persons and the participants. It is my duty to introduce our chief guest of this occasion, Professor Dr. Mridula Kanoria from University of Calcutta. She finished her PhD from University of Calcutta. She published 184 research papers, 2 books, and she has 2,373 citations, and her I-10 index is 83 in the Google Scholar. Under her guidance, 10 PhD students were awarded and 3 PhD students are pursuing. 4 MPhil students are awarded. She has given invited talks in many countries outside India. So many countries are there. For lack of time, I shortcut all the countries' name. Just I am giving this the countries of outside India only. She acted as a reviewer of 17 reputed journal. She is a member of National Academy of Sciences, Calcutta Mathematical Society, ISTAM, Indian Institute of Theoretical Physics, and Indian Statistical Institute. She is also an executive committee member of Institute of Theoretical Physics, Calcutta Mathematical Society, and ISTAM. She was Assistant Secretary of Institute of Theoretical Physics, Kolkata from 2010 to 2020, and Secretary of Sulatakar Sisu Sahitya Sanghi from 2010 onwards. She is the editorial board member of International Journal of Applications and Applied Mathematics USA from 2011 onwards. Also, she is acting as UGC's SAP external expert. So we have such a great and well-experienced professor as a chief guest of this conference. Once again, I thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and to deliver the special address. Although we try our finest to be professional, on behalf of the Department of Mathematics, Government Arts College, please accept our sincere apologies should there be any inconvenience that occur before, during, or after the conference. May God bless us all. may God bless us all with a good health to make this conference a successful and enjoyable one. Thank you very much. I hand over to Dr. Senthamil Selvi. Senthamil Selvi, ma'am.
Sir.
You can call the chief guest, please.
Yes. So thank you, sir, for your valuable introduction about the chief guest. Now I call upon our chief guest to give the keynote for this conference. Welcome, ma'am. I hand over the session to our chief guest.
Thank you. Thank you for giving such a nice introduction for. Now I'm sharing the screen, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Share.
Is this visible
Yes,
and audible?
Yes.
I am audible?
Yes, audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, audible. Okay. Actually, everyone said about the mathematical modeling. Modeling is necessary. Mathematical modeling is very necessary in every sphere of life, in the engineering or in anything. If we have a great, just I want to show you some examples. If we have a great sheet of elastic materials, if there is a crack, then what we throw the sheets, but it is not so in the, when we do the mathematical modeling, we register the crack and then we can reuse it. This is all about the theory application of this mathematical modeling. Modeling means we are making the mathematical modeling means we are making the just nearby some approximate value. Mathematics is something approximate value. We are doing the numerical computational work, not getting the exact. But after that, we knowing the everything, so we can we approximate the results and then we can further apply to the experiment. It will be more cheaper. Okay, that's why the mathematical modeling is necessary in every sphere of life. Okay, just I am here now. I am presenting something about this is the topic, thermal damages of the living tissues due to hyperthermia perfusion. This is my recent work. I am working on the generalized thermoelasticity, that is the thermal wave is propagating with infinite speed. Okay. Thermal wave is propagating with infinite speed, but we know that the heat equation is parabolic in nature. I am using some mathematical terms here since it is the PG in mathematics department. So I am using here some mathematical terms to explain this. The heat equation is of what type? Is of parabolic in nature. So the thermal wave is propagating with infinite speed. But when the temperature is very high, that is when we are giving the something laser or there is a chemical bonding, certain temperature rises. That time our Fourier law, I will show you in the slides, that our Fourier law won't work, and that has been modified, and we are getting the heat equations as a wave equation. Okay, that is the hyperbolic in nature. This I want to show you. Before that, I want to tell you something about the thermal damages of the living tissues due to hyperthermic perfusion. What is the hyperthermia? Hyperthermia is nothing but your temperature. This is the thermal damages, means there is something, temperature is there. Okay, so how we resist this cancer treatment, all this by using the hyperthermia perfusion. Okay, here in this lecture, I want to give you some idea of this. That is, what is hyperthermia? How is hyperthermia used in treat cancer? What are the methods? Still, it is not, it is very dangerous, since when high temperature we are applying to the tissues, some tissues side by side burn. So it won't work alone. For this, we need the chemotherapy and all this radiotherapy. Okay. How is the hyperthermia used to treat cancers? What are the methods used to hyperthermia cancer treatment? Treatment plans and simulation process of hyperthermia cancer treatment. Hyperthermia equipment, side effect of the hyperthermia cancer treatment. Hyperthermia is the combination with, I will give you just some idea of it since you have the limited time. Okay, combination with other modalities, advantage and disadvantage of the hyperthermia cancer treatment, and at last the conclusion. First of all, what is hyperthermia? What is hyperthermia is called the thermal therapy or thermotherapy. Is a type of is the type of cancer treatment in which body tissue is exposed to high temperature. Research has shown that high temperature can damage and kill cancer cells. Usually this minimal injury to normal tissues. There is the hyperthermia. It increases the metabolic rate. It increases the generation of the reactive oxygen species and the protein damage, oxidation, aggregation, denaturation, and after that we have the nuclear protein damage. Here is the inhibition of the cells and the portfolio membrane damage. After that, the tumor cells death. Okay, this we want actually. Now, how is the hypothermia used to treat cancer? Hypothermia is almost always used with other form of the cancer therapy, such as radiation therapy and the chemotherapy. That we knew everybody. But hyperthermia may take some cancer cells more sensitive to radiation or harm other cancer cells that radiation cannot damage. When hyperthermia and the radiation therapy are combined, the hyperthermia till now there is no alone hyperthermia will be given. Okay, it needs the help of the radiation or chemotherapy like this. Okay, are combined, they are often give within an hour of each other. Hyperthermia can also enhance the effect of the certain anti-cancer drug. Numerous clinical trials have studied hyperthermia is the combination with the radiation therapy or chemotherapy. These studies have focused on the treatment of many types of cancers, including sarcoma, melanoma, cancers of the head, neck, brain, lungs, esophagus, breast, bladders, rectum, liver, appendix, and kidneys. Okay. What are the methods used for hyperthermia cancer treatment? Okay, depending on this is given in the literature. Now we apply the mathematical modeling to get the result. Okay, depending on the organ bearing to the cancer tissue, 3 kinds of hyperthermia treatments are recognized. These types are the local hyperthermia, the external hyperthermia, and the intra-alumina and the endo activities. This is my recent work actually, interstitial techniques. In the case of the local hyperthermia, in the local heat is applied to the small area, such as a tumor, using various techniques that deliver energy to heat and the tumor. Depending on the tumor locations, there are several approaches to local hyperthermia. External approach are used to treat tumors that are in or just below the skin. Intra-alumina or endocavitary method may be used to treat tumors within the near the body cavity. Actually, we are doing the elastic problem. Okay, we are doing work on the solid mechanics, that is the generalized thermoelasticity. And here I will apply this hyperthermia model to mathematical model and get some results. Okay, before that, interstitial techniques are used to treat tumor deep within the body, such as the brain. We can apply the fuzzy also in this type of problem. Regional hyperthermia. In the regional hyperthermia, various approaches may be used to heat large area of the tissues, such as a body cavity, organ, and this is different type of deep tissues. Approaches may be used to treat cancers within the body, such as cerebral and the bladder cancers. Regional perfusion techniques can be used to treat cancers in the arm and the leg, such as the melanoma. Continuous hyperthermic peritoneal perfusion, that is CHPP, is the technique used to treat cancers within the peritoneal cavity. Whole body hyperthermia is used to treat metastatic cancers that has spread throughout the body. This can be accomplished by several techniques that raise the body temperature of 107 to 108 degree Fahrenheit, including the use of the thermal chambers, okay, or water head. Now I am coming. This is the hyperthermia equipment, that is the microwave and the regional microwave. These are used for the hyperthermia treatment. Now, what is the side effect? That is more important. The possible side effects of the hyperthermia depends on the techniques being used and the part of the body being treated. Pain, thermal burn, and the blisters are the limiting adverse event of the technique. In the case of the chemotherapy, during the first day after the main treatment, the occurrence of the fever is 239 degrees centigrade can be observed as an expression of a strong immune stimulation and is desirable in most cases. At this time, though, exhaustion, weakness, nausea, vomiting, headache, all this happens, it can also occur. During this thermal chemotherapy main treatment, a moderate anesthesia is given. The patient is unable to drive for at least 3 days after the main treatment. This is all about this. Now, what is the hyperthermia? Is the combination with other modalities. We cannot do it alone. Hyperthermia. Okay, we use the chemotherapy, either chemotherapy or radiation therapy, and from there we drug resistant cells, that is the chemotherapy, and here is the radiosensitization, and then the tumor cells death. Okay, the advantage and disadvantage of the hyperthermia cancer treatment. The major advantage of the regional and the whole body hyperthermia is that they seems to make other form of cancer treatment work better. Heating cancer cells to temperatures above normal makes them easier to destroy using radiation and center chemotherapy drug. For the success of the hyperthermia treatment is very important careful temperature control. It is very important for the careful temperature. It is beyond our hand. Okay, scientists almost unanimously agree that hyperthermia work best when for a certain period of time to maintain a stable temperature of the target site. But to achieve this is not always easy. What I said, it is not easy. Currently, there is no way to accurately measure the temperature inside the tumor. Maintain a constant temperature without affecting the surrounding tissue. It is also very difficult. In addition, not all tissues in the body reacts to rise the temperature the same way. In some area of the tissues is more sensitive than the other. For example, the brain is very sensitive to heat. Okay, this is the advantage and disadvantage of the hyperthermia cancer treatment. Now, what we conclusion, although basically an old and historic approach of the treatment of cancer's hyperthermia is not a well-known modality amongst patients and the medical experts. Okay. On the other hand, it has proved a very successful therapy method in combination with radiation therapy and the chemotherapy. Hyperthermia is currently under study in many clinical trials, particularly in Europe, Japan, and US, to improve the better understand this promising technique. Future area of the challenge and the opportunity for hyperthermia include improved understanding of thermal biology. That is very much needed. That is, we are doing the work on the elasticity. So here we get some idea of it. That's why I could able to make some papers, and that has been published in a good journal. Okay, improved technologies are delivered and monitoring of heat treatment in patients, successful high quality clinical trials, combination of the hyperthermia with emerging cancer therapies. Okay, these are the references. I do not want to, I want to tell you something. Oh, okay, we are working on the elastic deformation. First of all, the elastic deformation we are considering this is everything is happening at the constant temperature. But in the year 19, I'm giving the brief history, how this thermoelasticity problem has been generated. And the formulation of the thermoelasticity equation by the Newman in 1835. This is also long back. Okay, I am not going into this. Now, this is the classical elasticity. Strain is with the displacement. This is the comparative. I am not going these technical terms. Okay, now this is the equation of motion. Here we are. This is because of the strain. This is for the elastic. This term. Otherwise, we have the second law of second law of Newton's, that is the rate of change of momentum is equal to the applied force. Here, applied force is because of the stress also. Okay, and this is the classical thermal. This is the Duham and Neumann. Here, temperature term is exists within the stress and strain. This is EIJ is nothing but the strain, and tau ij is the stress tensor. Okay, and the Fourier law, which is our usual Fourier law, that is the heat flux vector is proportional to the temperature gradient. K is the thermal conductivity. Okay, this is the conservation of the internal energy. Our heat transport equation is of parabolic in. See here, this is this one, and this one. This is a parabolic in nature. So the temperature, this is of diffusive type. Okay, the thermal wave is propagating with infinite speed. Okay, now after the 120 years of the Duham and Neumann, Bayard in the 1856, at that time again, this gives a new impulse to the research. They have investigated the coupled theory of thermoelasticity. Okay, Bayard has, I am not going in the details of all this because of the limitation of the time. Okay, the experiment investigates and see the experiment says that there is the thermal wave exists within the body when their temperature is very high, and it has been done by Ackerman in the year 1967 like this. Okay, Ackerman, Geiner, many researchers were behind this and saying that there is this shows that the heat pulse do propagate with finite speed. Okay, with finite speed. So this gives the new, but at that time our mathematical modeling was not there. They are doing the experiment and says that there is some thermal wave is there. Okay. After that, Lord Suleiman, Kaliski, many researchers, they investigate this. This is the theory that I am not only what they have done the modeling. Okay, Lord Suleiman done the modeling. After that, the stability, uniqueness that has been done by the IQAC after 10 years of the theory development. Okay, not the at that time when the theory has developed. Not at that time they cannot able to make it the uniqueness and this. After when the theory model has been exist, after the 10 years of this IQAC, Dhaliwal and Serif, all they are behind it, and they show that there is a uniqueness of the solution. Without uniqueness, how we can proceed? Okay, this is the classical coupled theory of thermoelasticity. I'm not going in the detail. This one is the Lord Suleiman model. Just I want to tell you here what happened. This is our classical Fourier law. Okay, here they have added this term tau 0 qi dot. What is this? This is the acceleration of the heat flux. Okay, and tau 0 is the relaxation time. This is very small. This is 10 to the power minus 13. Means when we are giving the laser within the body, that is for a very small time, but the temperature is very high. So our classical Fourier law won't balance. For that, this term is added. Because of this term, what we observe, this one and this one. This is of hyperbolic nature, and the thermal wave is propagating with finite speed. Okay, that has been developed by Ackerman. All these they have studied that the thermal wave is propagating with a finite speed. Now I am time to time the models and different as the requirement. All models, the Green-Nagri models, all this has been come into the picture. That is the dual phase lag model, to temperature, everything. I do not want to give you all this. Now I am coming to my problem. Okay, this is the how we damage the tissues. Okay. Here we have as the memory dependent, many things is there. Capital derivative, that is the fractional order, and then we use the memory dependent derivative that is defined by this. Okay, but omega is the time lag and K1 is the kernel. Here in this theory, what happened for the memory dependent is this K1, the kernel is of our choice. We can take any value that is lying between 0 to 1. So, as far our need, we can do it. Okay. So this is the, now I'm coming to this equation. This is models in the formulation of the problem. This is the main I want to show you. That is the heat flux equation. Okay. Rho TD, D is the thermodynamic temperature that is within the body. C is the specific heat. Q is the heat flux within the blood vessels. WB is the perfusion coefficient. Rho B is the density of the perfusion. CB is the specific heat of the blood. Okay. And this is the metabolic. This is the metabolic source. This is the equation. This is the equation. Okay. And here what we observe, this is the bioheat equation. It has been developed long back. But what we have done now, this is the metal, it is here everything, is the arterial temperatures. Now we have the two temperature in the context of the three-phase lag motors. Okay. And the two temperature, these things, that is the thermodynamic and this is the conductive temperature, they are connected by this equation. Okay. This is only for the isotropic material or the transversely isotropic material. Okay. This one is the equations, and this one you will see that this is the thermal wave is propagating with finite speed. Okay, and then there is a lots of mathematics behind it. We have done many things, and what happened? We have given the external heat source that is of the moving heat source. That is delta x minus b is the velocity and q0. Okay, this is lots of mathematics. Initial and the boundary conditions have been applied, and actually, I want to give you the glimpse of the subject on which we are doing now the research. That's why I'm telling here I use the Laplace transform to eliminate the parameter time t. Okay, After the Laplace transformation, this equation is taking this form, and the numerical Laplace inversion, we have used the numerical method that is called the Jacobian method. Since my right hand side is very complicated, we cannot do it analytically. We have to use some numerical methods to get the inversion of the Laplace transform. Here we have used the Jacobian method. Okay, Jacobian method is like this. Okay, so this is the Jacobian method, and just I am coming to the end. We have used the MATLAB, many tools, mathematical tools has been used, different time difference, and these are the some, since we are doing the mathematics now, some the numerical results also that we get from the internet. Okay, we search for the internet and we get this results from there, and we apply to our problem. And here is the stability conditions we have to see. Okay. C-phase lag model, the exponentially it should be stable, otherwise we cannot run. Okay, here we are the different. Now I'm coming to the picture, that is the without memory dependent derivative, and this is for different kernels, showing some difference. Okay, this is the temperature with respect to the, this is 0 to 0.1. Since the cell is very thin, this is the tissues now. This is the tissue, this is the skin. On the skin we have taken the length of the tissue is from 0 to 0.01, and here's the temperature. Temperature is showing like this. And this one is for the, this is also phi for different K without memory dependent. And after that, what happened, it goes to, actually it depends on the initial and the boundary conditions, what we have taken, it goes like this. The main problem here is what? We cannot do, we cannot tally our results with the experiment. We cannot, how to get the experiment verification, what we are doing is the more important. So if that can be done, then this is the one of the best paper, I think so. Since this is a very new development now, and this is the for different omega, that is the time delay factors W for different omega we have. ये तो सब कोई करते हैं, है ना, कि मतलब different velocity जो पैरामीटर है उसको चेंज करके अपने लोग निकाल रहे हैं. परंतु how to apply all these in the real problem is the challenge for us. Okay. This one is the for different velocity, and this is the thing. All these are the results. This is my actually recent paper, and it is just published in 2020. After that, we have done some more work on this. It is publishing, but what happened? There is some clue is there. Okay, what I thought myself, that some clue is there, but what is happening, I do not know. We are the mathematician actually. We are how if we apply this to the experiment. What I tell you that mathematical modeling is what? When we apply that to the experiment, then it will be more fruitful. Okay. These are my references. All these are my students. Okay, PhD student, S. Mandal Tipal, Mandal Sarkar. All these are my PhD students, and with them I have done some works. Now, thank you. This is my presentation. Time limit now is 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for utilizing your time, correct time. Thank you very much.
So, I have to complete this now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Time limit is
utilizing your own time. Okay. You're utilizing your correct time. Okay. Thank you. Sentiment, Chali, ma'am. Selvi, ma'am.
We can apply fuzzy also. I have seen some papers.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I think it is useful to the researchers also. Yeah, we are all researchers, and it is useful, more useful to us. Ma'am, Selvi, ma'am, you mute pannala. Unmute pannunga. Selvi, ma'am. Selvi, ma'am, unmute pannunga.
Selvi, ma'am.
Now it is good. Again, you start, please. Selvi, ma'am.
Can you hear me, sir?
Now it is here. Now it is.
Okay, sir. Dr. Mridula Kanoria, ma'am, thank you very much for sharing the knowledge on hyperthermia concepts elaborately within the short period of a short span of time, and which is more vital in today's cancer treatment. You have given the proof of mathematical application in medical field. Also, you have opened some new ideas for the new research scholars in future. Thank you for your knowledge sharing, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now, we shall enter into the technical sessions. Sir, shall I start? Yeah, yes. Okay, okay. And this is the time to gather the knowledge from our speakers. I invite Dr. M.G. Fajlul Karim, who is working as an assistant professor for more than 20 years in mathematics section of Department of Information and Technology, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Al Musanna, Sultania of Oman. His area of research is tumor mathematical modeling. He has published and presented many research papers nationally and internationally. I welcome, sir. Now I hand over the session to Dr. M.G. Fajlul Karim. Welcome, sir.
Fajlul Karim, sir.
Yes, sir. Are you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Start, please.
Can you given the permission to share the screen?
Yes, just I will give. Kannan, sir. Karim. Fajlul Karim.
Yes, sir. He is able to share his screen.
Okay. You can share. Okay.
Yeah. Very good morning to one and all here.
Your video is off, sir.
My video. Can I choose the video?
Yeah, video on. Just you can put. Just to click the video, then this will be on.
1 minute. Now it is coming.
No, sir.
Not viewing.
No. Couldn't visible, sir.
Unless is it possible now from our
Your
side?
Can you?
No, sir. He has to stop his the screen,
okay.
sir. Then he can switch on the video, sir.
Video. Karim, sir, please switch on your video.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Sir, please try now, sir.
Can you try your side, please?
Now in your screen there is one box is I think it is video is there. I think we just click this, then it is going to be on. Yeah, now it is coming. Now it is coming, Karim, sir.
It's coming?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Yes, sir, we can see.
Can I close this? It will go close.
It's okay. You can share that, no problem.
1 minute. Yes, sir. Now it is clear.
Now it is clear. Now it is
Yeah, are you
Yes.
hear me? My voice is clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start.
Very good morning to one and all present here. Respected principal, respected head of the department, and all other faculty members in the maths department, and also all other faculty members in the college, and those who are present in technical session today, and also the valuable presidential address given by the madam, and all of our faculty members, respected peoples. Good morning to one and all present here. In the name of Almighty, most beneficent, most merciful, once again I welcome to all. I am going to the technical session directly. In this presidential address, madam given one specific reason for the tumor and how to treat that concept. Madam detail explain in the presidential address. For this session, we are going to see the overall applications in the cancer mathematical modeling, how it is useful. I given the outline in that field, and this is not my finding only. Many people, they are working in this area. This is the collection of information, and also those who are interested in this research area, I given the many research paper. I will not sure about it. This session may be an interesting one. Try to my level best, make it an interesting one. Okay. Now we're going to the technical one. Yeah. Today discussion, we're going to discuss about the cancer mathematical modeling. Before going to this technical session, we want to see some of the informations. All models are wrong, but some models are useful. That is one famous mathematician George Box tell about it. All models are wrong, but some models are useful. They are construct the many models. It may be a mathematical model or physical model or anything. We cannot say all models are wrong, but anyway, sometimes some models are very useful. Then another one mathematician, Max Gunberger, says about computational results are believed by no one except the person who wrote the code. Many computational results, they are given by the researchers. All the computational results are believed by no one. Nobody accepted except the person who wrote the code. That person only accepted. But experimental results are believed by everyone. We can given the many experimental results. That experimental research is believed by everyone except the person who ran the experiment. The person who ran the experiment, that person only knowing what are all the plus and minus, where is the error coming, where are the balancing situations are happening. That is knowing about those person who ran the experiment, that person only knowing that. Usually, we must learn think logically, but also we want to think about the biologically also. Many times we are thinking about the logically. As a mathematician, we are thinking about logically, but also we want to think about biologically also. These three mathematician persons, they are saying the useful statements that I can taking into the account. Now I am going to the technical session. Today we're going to discuss about what is mean by tumor, what is mean by cancer, and what are all the relationship between tumor and cancer with virus. And then, can mathematics cure the cancer or not? That question we're going to address. What is the role of mathematics in the cancer? That also we're going to discuss. How as a mathematician connect to this medical field? And then next we want to discuss about some of the mathematical models for tumor. If the medical world accept this research in the current era or not, because we have done many things in the theoretical part, if the medical world accept this current research or not. If it is accept, mean what is the output? And then this is the purely multidisciplinary research which involve mathematics, biology, and engineering. These topics we're going to discuss today. The first one, we want to discuss about the tumor, cancer, and relationship with the virus. As you know about the tumor or cancer, the cancer is not a new word that is introduced by Hippocrates in the 5th century, not now. This is a very old word. It's a Latin word that is introduced by Hippocrates. Simple understanding what is meant by cancer, this is abnormal cell growth in our human body or any living organism. It is extra normal growth. What we do that extra normal growth available in our body, if we have a pain, then we are looking into that, go for the treatment. If we don't have a pain, we don't bother about the extra normal growth. But the medical science says about if you have extra normal growth without pain, then you can take much care about this. Usually in a biological sense, we want to say that a normal body cell growth, it is divide or died in orderly fashion. But in the cancer growth, it will not in the ordered fashion, unorderly fashion, it will divide or die or it is grow. Simple words, if the extra normal growth is called a tumor, all the tumor need not be a cancer. Some of the tumor growth, it may be become as a tumor. Some of the tumor growth, it will not become as a cancer. Extra normal growth, technically we call it as a tumor. Sometimes the tumor may be become as a cancer. Sometimes may not be a cancer. Therefore, extra normal growth, simply call it as a tumor based on the cell mutation. The number of times, million, trillion, uncountable number of times it will grow, that will become as a cancer. That is a usual one. There are two types of the tumors available. One is a benign, another one is a malignant. Benign is the initial stage, malignant is the higher level stage. That means the number of times cell mutation very low level in the benign stage. In the malignant stage, it will become a huge number of million, trillion times of the cell mutations. Therefore, for the simple understanding, the extra normal growth, we call it as a tumor. Sometimes it will become as a cancer. Sometimes it need not be a cancer. Therefore, there are two stages. Hereafter, we always using about the extra normal growth is a tumor only. We always technically using the tumor because sometimes it may be a cancer, sometimes may not be a cancer. Therefore, we can call it as a tumor growth only. That means extra normal growth. And also, you know about the virus due to the current pandemic situation. We all about the virus, what it will happen. Virus is a smaller than bacterium. It's a microorganism. It will living cells chemically. What happened? The internal changes. Usually, the virus can be connected with many things, malaria, dengue, and many diseases it will connected. Some of the viruses, it is causes for cancer also. That also there is a possible chance. Don't angry with me, that is a trueable one. All the virus cannot be affected with the tumor. Some of the virus, they are listed out. That also cancer caused by the cancer also. Don't angry with me, that is a reality one. Therefore, for the simple understanding, there are the two types of the abnormal growth. One is called the benign, another one is called the malignant. Benign is the initial stage, malignant is the advanced stage. That means the cell mutation is million, trillion times of it will come. Now, we can go to the second one. What is the role of mathematics in the cancer? Usually, as you know about, mathematical models one minute. Wait a minute. Yeah. If you construct a mathematical model for any living organism, especially here the tumor or cancer, it will given the detailed understanding what it happen inside in the tumor growth. We propose a new experiment, suggest the different treatment methodologies to take the risk for the diagnosis. That is the second major point. It is not possible to done the experiment biologically. When you construct the mathematical model, it is useful to understanding what it is happening inside in the tumor growth. There are many dimensions are there. Based on the dimension, it will come to the. It is a very difficult task to identify what it is happening inside in the tumor growth. We have the mathematical model with the previous one. From the mathematical model, we can understanding what it happened inside and what it happened outside. Everything we can discuss and easy to understand what is the suitable methodology. Everything we can come to know. There is a systematically evaluate assumption, investigate alternative mechanism, and make the prediction that can be experimentally validated. We can construct the model. From the model, we can investigate based on the assumptions and then mechanism. Everything we can done by using the mathematical models. We can unknown or controverted physical principles that might have been overlooked or missed by the qualities approach. Sometimes some of the logical thinking they are missed out. From that logical thinking also we can find out what is the missing, what is the finding, everything we can come to know. We can, after modeling the situation, after modeling the reality, then we can find out the easy to execute the experiment, we can get the highest point. As you know, mathematics is a formal language that can be used to describe a complex and non-linear system, amongst others, to evaluate the mechanism of the dynamic behavior we came to know. If you construct the mathematical model, from that model we can analyze and what it happened inside or outside that one. The simple question, if you construct a mathematical model, then from the mathematical model we can conduct the experiment. Due to the experiment, we can get the proper results. From the result, we can observe something. And then from the observation, we can give the prediction to the practitioner, medical practitioner. Medical practitioner do the treatment based on the experiment. They can try to cure the math. We cannot sure about it that it will be 100% effectively or not. There are so many methodologies available to curing the curing the cancer treatment with the various methodologies: surgery, chemotherapy, radiation, targeted cancer treatment, small molecular inhibitors, antibodies, cell-based immunotherapy, gene therapy. These are some of the curing methodologies they adopted by the medical field for the cancer. In the mathematics, it will support all the aspects in all the methodologies. Mathematics can support that. Now we're going to discuss about how, as a mathematician, to connect this medical field. This is the purely medical field, how the mathematics can connect it. There are various mathematical models are available. One of the model is a probabilistic model. In the probabilistic model, we can consider the agents. From agents, we can consider the probabilistic model. We can get the clear-cut idea about this model. Now here I want to list out some of the models, then I can go to the detailed one. One of the model is a probabilistic model. Another one model is stochastic model. And then third one is a deterministic model. One is the probabilistic model. Another one is a deterministic model. There are various type of mathematical models can be modeled by the tumor. based on the assumptions, based on the limitations, based on the situations, based on the initial condition, it will differ by case to case. Here, I want to mention one thing. It's a peculiar one. It's a very dangerous one. We cannot construct the generalized mathematical model because based on the time to time, it will be changes in the abnormal growth due to the age, due to the sex, due to the food habits, due to the environmental factors. Many things are there. When they are construct the mathematical model, they are given the limitations. Based on the limitation, based on the assumption, we want to choose the suitable model. Sometimes we can choose the probabilistic model. Sometimes we choose the deterministic model based on our initial condition, based on our situations. Another one I want to mention, the important models are there. One is a linear quadratic model. That is every mathematician, they know about the quadratic model. There are with this very little condition, with a very small initial conditions, assumptions, we can make a linear quadratic model. Here I want to mention the name of the models only. And then sigmoidal growth curve. We can convert a growth curve for the S-shaped curve. From the curve we can analyze and then we can find out the analysis. And then another one, power law growth model. This is another one important model available in the tumor growth. And then tree models. Some of the polygony tree models are there. They construct the tree model based on the situations. Then graphical model. Sometimes the graphical model can be used. We can construct the graphical model. From the graphical model, we can analyze the situation of the tumor growth. And then another one famous model, predictor prey models. This is another important models are available in the tumor growth. And then hybrid model. It will sometimes we can consider the hybrid model. Hybrid model means it will consist of all the aspects. Sometimes discontinuities are there, sometimes continuous are there. Everything can be combined into the single one. Sometimes we can get the hybrid models. These are the models. Here I mentioned that these are some of the models we are using in the one is a probabilistic model, another one is a deterministic model, and third one is a linear quadratic model, sigmoidal growth curve, power law growth model, tree models, and graphical model, prey predictor model, and hybrid models. These are the some of the models are there. These are the some of the models. Some other models also available based on the initial condition, based on the assumption, based on the situation. We can choose the correct model. Then only we can construct the mathematical model for that one. Now I want to mention about some of the technical words they are using in this cancer growth. One is the cancer research, another one is a cell cancer research, clinical cancer research, cancer discovery, scientific reports, ongoing research, and future directions. These are the technical words they are using in this domain. Here I want to mention about there are two types of approaches are available. One is called bottom-up approach. From the formalized biological mechanism, from the formalized mechanism, then we can looking into the serious one. Then we want to adopt some of the methodologies. Then we can get the ideas, we can get the results, something else. That is called the bottom-up approach. Another one is the top-driven approaches. Already they construct the mathematical model with some other purpose. We can correlate with the tumor mathematical model one. From that mathematical model, some of adjustment done in the mathematical model with the meaningful. For example, already they construct one mathematical model for the tumor growth. Then we can include one other parameter with the meaningful one. With the special condition we can include. From that include, we can get the final results or better results for that one. That is called the top-driven model. Bottom-up model, we construct the new mathematical model. From that model, we can get the results. And then top-driven model means already they construct the mathematical model. From that model, we can get the idea, and then we can include or delete some of the parameter with the meaningful, with the proper justification. We can get the proper output for that one. There are two methodologies are there. We construct the new mathematical model. From that, we can get the observation. Or already construct some other mathematical model. We can take in that model. We do the changes with the meaningful, with the proper justification. Then we can get the proper output. That is called the top-driven models. This is the number of publications based on the from the 1960 to 2020, especially in the tumor growth. In 1960s, very less number of publication. Nowadays, it will become very more and more number of publications based on the tumor growth, especially. This is the graph shows easily you can understand the number of publication, how it is exponentially grow. This is the basic flow chart of the construct the mathematical model. First, we identify the parameters, then develop the mathematical model, calibrate the model with the existing data, and validate the model with the untrained data, and then evaluate and predict the performance. Sometimes we can get the output. Sometimes for the flow chart, we can bypass based on our model without error and without mistakes. Then we can bypass the data directly. We can get the results. Sometimes we go the flow chart step by step based on our assumption, based on our mathematical model. We develop one mathematical model. From that model, we can go to the next step, next step, next step. Finally, we can get the proper and optimal results. Our aim is to cure the cancer. We can give the suggestion to the medical practitioner. We can get the final output based on our assumption, based on our limitations. We can get the model with the effectiveness. Now, still now I may explain what is called tumor, what is called cancer, how the mathematics can connect it with the simple mathematical models. Now I want to show some of the mathematical models for tumor. These are the simple examples for the mathematical models for tumor. Can I show this is the system of nonlinear differential equation? This is the ordinary differential equation. Three system of equations it is given. The system is given look like it's very simple, but there is a problem in the function of f of x. The function of f of x is a very complicated one. From that one, here the x, y, z, these are the with respect to time changes, with respect to time t changes. And I want to mention this is not a direct model for the tumor. This model can construct for the chaos theory. As we know in physics, there is one theory is called chaos theory. Chaos theory, what does it mean in simple word? Within a closed boundary, what it will happen, what is the changes happen in the chaos theory. This mathematical model can develop by the chaos theory, and further days, this model can be related to the tumor mathematical model. This is the one of the good example for the mathematical model for the tumor. This is called the Chua model. And then second one, the Lorentz mathematical model. This is also a 3 variable x, y, z with respect to time t. This is also looking at a very simple model. This is another one good example for the mathematical model. This is a nonlinear differential equation. We can solve by directly or by using the MATLAB or any other software. We can get the output with respect to x, y, z in terms of t. Based on the initial condition, the answers also will be differ, we know. And third one, this is also another mathematical model, Chen differential equation model. This is also non-linear differential equation model. And then fourth one, this is a partial differential equation model based on the variable n, f, m. This is the particularly they construct the mathematical model for the tumor. Sometimes they can form a ordinary differential equation model. Sometimes they form a partial differential equation model. Sometimes they form a fractional order differential equation model based on the situation, based on the condition, they can form the models. These are the 4 example models of our tumor growth. Now, can I ask the question? You can construct the mathematical model, then you can solve the model with the suitable methods by using the software or by the direct method with the initial condition. If you know the system of equations, the changing the initial conditions, the results also it automatically changes. Therefore, this from the output, the medical world, they are accept this research or not. Yes, they are accept the research with the real-time data. From the real-time data, they are validate easily that result is applicable one or not. They can accept it partially. Sometimes 75%, sometimes 90%. Based on the errorless data, they can accept the situations. If you accept what is the output they are asking, the output is this is a lengthy process. We cannot say Can math cure the cancer? This is not a true or false question. We cannot say true, we cannot say false. This is a detailed, lengthy process. The process is going on. The many mathematicians, they are given the contribution to support this field. They rectify and cure for the mathematics. That is a continuous process. We cannot say it's easily. This is a lengthy process. It is going on. The fight is going on between the mathematicians and as well as the cancer and tumor. Now I want to mention some of the interesting research related papers. This is useful for us. This is purely multidisciplinary research area. Already I told that. The first paper I want to mention, theory of hybrid dynamical system and its application to the biological and medical system. This research paper discusses about the three major parts. One is the biochemical and gene regularity networks and the cancer and its treatment. And third one, neurons, neural system and neuromechanics. This paper, one detailed information is given from the basics to advanced level. This paper given the relationship between the chaos theory and as well as the cancer treatment. This paper given the clear-cut idea. We can getting more information from this paper, theory of hybrid dynamical system and its applications. Now, another one important paper, an introduction to the mathematical modeling, the study of cancer system biology. As we know, the researchers, we know if you want to involve in any one area, means we want to know what it happened earlier. We want the proper reference we want. We want the proper clear-cut idea. That idea we needed. Therefore, they are given the introduction to the mathematical modeling, especially the study of cancer and system biology. That information we can get from this paper. And then another one, brief history, concepts in cancer modeling, a brief history. That paper, which gives many information about the cancer modeling, how the model can helpful, how to model, and what are all the advantages, what are all the disadvantages, what are all the problem when we face the modeling. After modeling, what will we get the information? All the information we can get it from this paper. And then I want to list out the some of the papers, that papers which gives more information about this mathematical model. One of the paper is the fractal and chaos and cancer. There are the three part of the words available, as you know about the fractal geometry, and then second word about the chaos theory, third word about the cancer. All the three are three different disciplines. All the three are coincide or not. This paper will discuss in detail. Finally, the paper gives a conclusion. All the three are coincide with certain conditions. The fractal geometry and the chaos theory and the cancer, all the three fields can be connected with some meaningful information. And then, as we know about the tumor growth, sometimes we can construct the one-dimensional model, sometimes we can construct the two-dimensional model, sometimes we construct the three-dimensional model, sometimes we construct the multi-dimensional model based on the situation. Again, I want to mention, based on the situation, the number of dimensions, the number of variables, the number of parameters, number of equations, everything is analyzed, everything is fixed. This paper, one important one, chaos theory in three-dimensional cancer model, what it happened, everything it will give the detailed explanation. And then another one important paper, what can be learned from the chaotic cancer model. That paper which is given what is the relationship between the chaos theory and as well as cancer mathematical model which gives. And then third, another one paper, hybrid approach for multi-scale cancer model. Already I told that based on the situation, we can construct the one-dimensional model or two-dimensional model or three-dimensional model or n-dimensional model, or we can generally use the word hybrid dynamical model. From that we can understand what it happened. And then if you are, as we know, we are given the suggestion to the medical practitioner, he take the treatment for the cancer, the mathematical model directly involved in the treatment area, that information which he gives in this paper. And another one, mathematical models of cancer, when to predict the novel therapies, when not to do, that information we can get from this paper. The mathematics of cancer, integrating quantitative model. This is one very important Nature, published in Nature. This paper, which gives all the information about the mathematical model for one-dimensional to n-dimensional, and all the aspect, what are all the mathematical field which involves in the cancer mathematical model, that gives in this research paper. If you are interested in this area, if you go through this paper only particularly, if we get more information about this area. And then cancer evaluation, mathematical model and computational inference, what are all happened. If we construct a mathematical model sometime easily, from the mathematical model we cannot get the proper inference, then there is no use for the mathematical model. That information with the involving of cancer evaluation, that will gives. Then the process going to mathematical oncology, basically it is started from mathematics, then related to the biology, and then related to the physics, and then related to the chaos theory. Finally, mathematical oncology means the specific field of the cancer that will come, what it happened, that information also we can get it. With these information, I can stop my presentation. I expect some of the questions from the participants. With a little span of time, I can mention many things. I'm expecting some of the meaningful questions from the participants. If you have any questions, kindly please ask. Ma'am? Can you hear me?
Any question from the participants? Okay, thank you. Selvi ma'am? Selvi ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of the informations to the research area. Thank you.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
As there is no question from the audience, we shall thank our technical leader. So, sir, from your technical session, we gather the knowledge of about the tumor, cancer, etc., which occurs due to the virus, and how the mathematics plays a role in diagnosing the disease and how to cure it, as briefly you have explained. And also you have mentioned the connection of mathematics, physics, biology, and how the mathematical models are important in finding the cancer and its treatment with the different models. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge regarding this cancer, sir. It's a very fantastic session. Thank you. Okay, audience, participants, and this is the time for us to refresh ourselves. We shall meet again at 2 p.m. shortly after the lunch. Thank you, Nadal.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Karim and Mridula Kanuria, madam. Thank you. So we can meet at 1:45 p.m. Selvi, ma'am? 1:45 p.m. we can meet.
Okay, sir. For the afternoon session, for the technical session 2, we shall meet by 1:45, sir?
1:45.
Okay, sir. Dear audience, we shall meet after the lunch at sharply at 1:45 p.m.
Please fill the feedback link. Feedback link.
Sir?
Please fill the feedback link for the first session.
Okay. So feedback form has been in the, put it in the chat box. You can fill the feedback form for the morning session. Shall we leave, sir?
Okay, ma'am. We will see. Kannan, sir?
Sir, yes, sir.
1:45 we can meet, okay?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So please stop the recording. Selvi ma'am? Selvi ma'am? I think she's not hearing. Farida ma'am? Farida ma'am? Nobody think. Okay, thank you. Leave the meeting.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir.
Hello. I'm okay. I'm okay. How was the first session in the morning?
Yeah, it was nice, and we were able to catch
So
many points.
what did he
feet
talk?
of
What did he
medical.
talk about modeling? What was did he talk anything about fuzzy mathematics and fuzzy logic and all?
No, sir. No, sir. He didn't talk about a fuzzy. Just he told about in the first session, the keynote address. Madam has explained about cleared.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Yeah.
Briefly explained that.
Yeah. I will wait for 2 o'clock. Right. I'm here. Okay.
Now we shall enter into the technical session too, sir. Yeah, here, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, here, sir. Yeah, here, sir. இல்ல சார் ஒன்றும் வரல. Yes, sir.
Selvi ma'am, Selvi ma'am, Selvi ma'am, Selvi ma'am.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes ma'am.
Shall I
Sir,
start now?
Sunny Kurigo sir வந்துட்டாங்களா? Professor வந்துட்டாரா?
வந்துட்டார் sir. I'll start now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll start now. Good afternoon, everyone. We refreshed physically. Now for the mental refreshment, we shall listen to the lecture of an eminent and sportive personality. You may understand why I'm saying this sportive personality at the last. Dr. Sunny Kuriakose, who has started his career as a junior lecturer at Union Christian College. After his doctoral degree in 1995, he serviced as a reader from 1999. Then he was a principal at BPC College, Mahatma Gandhi University in 2010. And he was a dean of FIST, that is a Federal Institute of Science and Technology in 2014. And he has produced more than 16 PhD scholars, published 70 plus research papers, national wide and international wide. Also 2 books he has published. His area of research are fuzzy logic, graph theory, and decision theory, etc. He gave 200 plus invited talks, and he is an active member of Kerala Mathematics Association, and now he is an academic secretary of the same. He has visited more than 11 countries outside India. Last but not the least, he is a qualified Kerala basketball referee too. That's why I mentioned sportive leader. We are proud to have you, sir, for this afternoon session, the technical session 2. Now I hand over the session to Dr. Sunny Kuriakose. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible,
sir. Okay. So at the very outset, let me thank the organizers of this international one-day seminar organized by the Government Arts College, Tiruchirappalli, particularly the head of the department and the coordinators, Dr. Yahya Mohammed, and others who invited me to give this very small exposition. Dear friends, after a heavy lunch, that also in the virtual mode, there is every possibility of being fussy and lack of attention to the talk, in particular mathematics. So I am challenged to make you awake, all of you, and attend the session. Dear friends, I am today talking here on decision theory. Decisions taken in the uncertainty environment. So that is what I am going to tell you today. Do you see the presentation?
No, sir.
No, sir.
See.
You not share the screen.
Share screen, sir, please.
Yeah. I'm sharing screen. But I'm not. I'm sorry. Not coming.
Sir, we are able to see your screen, sir. But you can go to the presentation, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I put the presentation on the desktop.
Yes, sir. Yes. Minimize the window, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Minimize the window, sir. Again. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now the presentation is there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for.
Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. So I would like to talk on making decisions in uncertainty environment. There are various practical situations in which we take a decision, and that decision is not absolutely correct. There may be some uncertainty, some vagueness, possibly in the decision making itself. So in such situation, how do you model the problem? Actually, in the morning session, you have attended a very good session. That is what I am told on modeling. So here also, we are all making models. Here in this particular session, we will be discussing about decision making models. Okay. In the context of decision making models, there are so many situations where we have the uncertainty creeping in extensively. So in that particular situations, how do you manage? How can you make better decisions? That is what we are going to discuss today. So first of all, let me explain a little bit of the decisions, the introduction. Classical decision theory deals with a set of alternatives or a set of states, their outcomes. And secondly, set of alternative actions. We have so many alternatives. Suppose I decide to marry somebody, I have to marry. Therefore, there are so many girls. There are so many alternatives. In other case, suppose we have a job. After your graduation, you are being offered so many jobs. So there are so many alternatives. Then which job you will choose? So that is a decision. And that decision is going to be very, very crucial in your later days. Therefore, there are so many alternative actions. Okay. So the third one is a relation indicating the state or outcome to be expected from each alternative action. Suppose there are three alternatives. Suppose I choose one alternative A1. What will be the outcome? What will be the action out of that? Similarly, suppose I choose A2. What would be the action output? Similarly, suppose I choose the third alternative, then the result will be different. Okay. So there is a relation between the set of states and the set of alternatives. Okay. And finally, there is a utility objective function which orders the outcomes according to their desirability. Now, for each person, decision maker has different desirabilities. So according to his or her desirability, we should be able to order the alternatives. And the alternative coming first will be chosen by a rational decision maker. So this is the general idea regarding decision making. Next one is there are various situations. A decision is made under conditions of certainty when the outcomes of each action can be determined and ordered precisely. In this case, the alternative that yields the highest utility is chosen. This problem is generally called optimization problem. You know all these things very well. That is what I understand. That is, suppose I choose one alternative, I am very sure that what will happen, what will I get as the outcome. Choose one alternative that will give you with all certainty that what will be the outcome. That type of problems are called optimization problems. Now, in the case of the second possibility is a decision is made under conditions of risk, right? Suppose I take a decision with certain risk, certain amount of uncertainty. When the only available knowledge concerning the outcomes consists of their conditional probability distributions for each action. I do not know exactly what will be the outcome, but with a an amount of probability or a conditional probability, I know what will happen. So, for example, suppose I choose one job, I can say with a 0.9 probability that something will happen. Okay, so that is a kind of problem, and it is called optimization problem of maximizing the expected utility. We have the stochastic decision-making problems coming under this category. And finally, there is a situation where the probabilities are not known, the decisions are made absolutely under uncertainty. We do not know anything that will happen. In this context, there is the fuzzy mathematical tools and other tools generated from fuzzy mathematics. There are so many variants of fuzzy mathematics, fuzzy sets, and there are so many tools available now to make decision under this particular category. So these are the three types of situations. Okay. So coming to decision theory in detail, there are mainly three types of decision theories. Suppose one person alone is involved in the decision-making process, that is called individual decision-making. That's okay, right? Suppose there is only one person. Suppose you are taking the decision, you only are taking the decision, nobody else is helping you, then it is called an individual decision-making. Secondly, there is multi-person decision-making. For example, suppose you are going to make a decision and you consult with some of your friends. So maybe some of your maybe with your parents or your friends. Then several persons are involved in the decision-making process. That is called multi-person decision-making. And of course, there can be multi-criteria decision-making, where we have so many criteria are taken into consideration, and with respect to those constraints or with respect to those criteria, we have to take decisions. That also can be divided into two. One is individual multi-criteria decision-making and multi-person multi-criteria decision-making. It is very simple, right? Because suppose I am alone taking the decision and I am considering so many factors for my decision, it is called a individual multi-criteria decision-making. Whereas suppose so many people are coming as a group and using different criteria, then it is called multi-person multi-criteria decision-making. All right. Now, as I told you, until the discovery of fuzzy set, the classical set, crisp set, was used for the decision-making problem. Now, decision-making is a branch of not only mathematics, a branch of management. It is being applied in so many areas. Decision-making is very much applied and taught in different disciplines. And apart from personal decision-making is a huge theory. And until the advent of fuzzy set theory, people were mainly using the classical set theory for using the for dealing with the decision-making models. But Lord V.A. Sade, who is no more, who has passed away, Lord V.A. Sade, L. Sade, put forward certain idea called fuzzy set. Fuzzy set in 1969 in his paper. And thereafter, so many extensive work was done by so many people across the world. And I think all who are listening to me maybe knowing the concept of fuzzy set. I am not going to details of fuzzy set, but simply I take the definition because the time is very short. What is a fuzzy set? A fuzzy set is a set in which partial membership is allowed. Unlike in the classical set, an element can belong to a set or cannot belong to a set. An element belongs to a set or does not belong to the set. Those are the only two possibilities, either belonging to or not belonging to. Whereas in the fuzzy set context, there is an element, or an element can partially belong to a set. Okay, the membership is not 0, 1, but the membership is a value between 0 and 1. So the formal definition is like this: let X be any set and I be the interval 0, 1, then a fuzzy set A in X is a function from X to Y. It's a function from X to Y. As you all know, a classical set can be characterized by the characteristic function. I'm not writing anything because of the limitations. I am not writing anything. Suppose X is a set 1, 2, 3 or ABC, and a subset can be described in terms of the characteristic function. Suppose 1, 2, a subset of 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 as 1, 2, then we can say that the element 1 has membership 1, the element 2 has membership 1, but the element 3 has membership 0, right? So 0 and 1 are the only two possibilities of memberships. Or a classical set is characterized by the characteristic function. Whereas in this case, a fuzzy set is characterized by its membership function. So if there is no confusion, we can simply say that a fuzzy set is a function. A fuzzy set is a function. Therefore, the algebra of fuzzy sets can be considered as can be thought of as algebra of functions. So that is all about a brief idea of fuzzy set. What is a fuzzy set? A fuzzy set is a set in which elements are permitted to belong to it partially. Suppose we have the I don't know whether you are very much familiar with fuzzy set. I think most of you are in Trichy, for example, are very much familiar with fuzzy set, because in Jamal Muhammad College, I know Dr. Nagur Gani is he has produced more than nearly 50 PhDs, and all his students most of them are doing in fuzzy set theory. So through them, even though there is no particular syllabus in the curriculum, maybe you are all well aware of fuzzy set. So I'm not going to the details of fuzzy set. So fuzzy set theoretical tools are one provision for dealing with decision theory. That's what I want to say. Next is inductionistic fuzzy set. That also is a very well-developed area. It was proposed by Atanasov in 1983. Now, in the fuzzy set theory, what is that matters is the characteristic function, the membership function. But we do not know the non-membership of an element. Suppose we concentrate on the elements. That element has membership, a decimal value membership. Whereas we are not known about the non-membership. So in that case, it is well and good if you incorporate the non-membership also into the system. Thereby, we can define an induced statistic fuzzy set, IFS. An induced statistic fuzzy set A defined on a non-empty set X is defined as an object of the following form. That is X mu AX, nu AX. Well, all of you know, mu A is a function from X to 1, X to I, and nu A is also a function from X to I, where mu A is sometimes called membership and nu A is called the non-membership. And suppose X is an element of A. Suppose X is an element of A. What is mu AX? Mu AX gives you the measure of X belonging to A. Whereas nu AX gives you the extent or the measure of that particular element not belonging to A. Okay. And there is a condition, mu AX plus nu AX should be less than or equal to 1. Suppose you add this, that should be less than or equal to 1. Now there can't be an element X in A with the membership 0.7 and non-membership 0.5. You got me? Because I am going to have that type of set later. So there is a generalization of induced statistic fuzzy set. I am going to discuss that. So have you got the idea? Here the membership and non-membership. Suppose mu AX is equal to 0.5 and or suppose mu AX is equal to say alpha. Then I can in the general context I can find out the non-membership as 1 minus alpha. That is what we do in fuzzy set. Whereas in this induced statistic fuzzy set, it is not 1 minus, it is another measure nu A, non-membership measure. Okay, and that should be less than or equal to 1. And suppose there is a gap. For example, suppose membership is 3 and non-membership is 5. Then there is a gap between 3 and see. Then that is called the degree of non-determinacy or uncertainty. We do not know whether it is belonging to or not belonging to. It's a region of uncertainty, indeterminacy. So this is the idea of induced fuzzy set. Now let me ask a question. I don't know how many of you are following me, but I hope that all of you are with me. Now suppose I ask, suppose a particular element X has membership 0.7 and the very particular element X has non-membership as 0.4. Then it is not an induced fuzzy set. There can be a possibility like that. What will you do in that case? There comes the idea of another set, which is not rough set. I will tell you later. It is called Pythagorean fuzzy set. Pythagorean fuzzy set. I will explain that later. Now, before that, this is another variant. This is another tool we use for decision making where there is uncertainty. The title of my talk is Managing Uncertainty in Decision Making. So, rough set theoretical tools. Rough set was introduced by Pollack in 1981. See, the main problem for fuzzy set as well as induced fuzzy set is that we should be knowing or we should be given the membership function. Unless the membership function is given, we are not able to explain to deal with the fuzzy set and of course induced fuzzy set. So what will you do that? Now this is a particular system where there is no membership is required. An equivalence relation is required, but no membership or non-membership. Now that is how a rough set is defined. There is no mention of membership here. There is no mention of non-membership here. Rather, it is not required, but a rough set is expressed in terms of lower approximation and upper approximation. Suppose U is the universe of discourse and R is an equivalence relation, then and XB a subset of U. The lower approximation of a set X with respect to the relation R is the set of all objects which can be for certain classified as X. Certainly you can say that it is classified as X with respect to R. Okay, that is called the lower approximation. Or with full certainty, what are things you can say that comprises of the lower approximation. In mathematical terms, the R lower star X is equal to the union of all X in U, such that Rx is subset of X. It is absolutely certain that that element is in X. So it is called the lower approximation. Similarly, we can think about the upper approximation. The upper approximation of a set X with respect to R is the set of all objects which can be possibly classified as X with respect to R. Possibly classified, not certainly classified, but possibly classified. So it is something like outer measure and inner measure in the measure theory. I don't know whether you are studying measure theory. If PG program is offered in your college, definitely you should be studying measure theory. But in measure theory, there is outer measure and inner measure, and this invokes such outer and inner measures. Okay, and the outer measure, upper approximation, R upper star X is equal to union of X and U, such that Rx union of all Rx's with having some non-empty intersection with X. So such is called the upper approximation of X. Okay, and the boundary of a set X, after defining the upper approximation and lower approximation, we can find out the boundary. The boundary of a set X is the upper approximation minus the lower approximation. And if upper approximation is equal to the lower approximation, the set will be a crisp set, no doubt about it. But if there is some difference, it is called a rough set. The next is called a rough set. So that type of uncertainty is taken care of there in terms of rough set theory. And rough set theory, for your information, has been very well developed and in data mining and all. So in several situations, rough set theory is being used. And fuzzy rough set theory is there. Rough set theory is there. One of my research students, she did PhD in rough set theory. So rough set theory is a very well established topic. If anybody is interested, he can do research in that area. Okay, this is all about rough set. Okay, now this is what I already mentioned, Pythagorean fuzzy set. It is not very old. It is recently defined by Jaeger, 2013. Pythagorean fuzzy set. See, it looks very simple. It is almost like induced fuzzy set. Let U is equal to U1, U2 dash dash UN denote the universe of discourse. A Pythagorean fuzzy set A in U is characterized by a truth membership function mu A and a false membership function nu A, just like in your induced fuzzy set. Till this, everything is same. But look at the second condition, such that mu A square UI plus nu A square UI is less than or equal to 1. Now, I mentioned an example before. If the membership is 0.7 and the non-membership is 0.4, then it is not qualified as a induced fuzzy set. But look at this, 0.7 square plus 0.3 square is always less than or equal to 1. So this is a generalization of the induced fuzzy set. Of course, a fuzzy set is a generalization of crisp set, and induced fuzzy set is a generalization of the fuzzy set. And here, Pythagorean fuzzy set is a generalization of induced fuzzy set. The sum of squares of the membership and non-membership should be less than or equal to 1. Now, I suppose, and there are so many other variants of mathematical tools related to fuzzy set theory and the aftermath used for decision making. For example, you have near set, the idea of near set. You have the idea of neutrophobic set. You have the idea of the latest one, I suppose, hesitant fuzzy set. That's a recent one, hesitant fuzzy set. So many people are doing research now in the domain of hesitant fuzzy set. A hesitant fuzzy set, the difference is the membership is a subset of the power set of the unit interval. That is a hesitant fuzzy set. So that is how it is getting more and more generalized. So Pythagorean fuzzy set I explained. Now what I am going to do is I will explain one or two decision-making problems with these ideas, these required tools. These are the tools required, and using these tools, we will discuss one or two examples or problems in decision making. Okay. Are you all right? Are you all right? I don't know. I can't see any one of you. I can't see the face of any one of you. I suppose you are with me. Is that okay? And now I have prepared two decision-making models. One on induced fuzzy set theory. The other is Pythagorean fuzzy set theory. I don't know. I will explain the Pythagorean fuzzy set model first. Then only I will come back to the induced fuzzy set model. Okay. So this is a model, medicine in the medical context. I will take that. So for that, the problem I will tell you now before stating formally. There are symptoms. Nowadays we are all challenged by the COVID-19 phenomenon all over the world. We are all stalled by the world is stalled by the COVID-19 pandemic. Otherwise, this particular session would have been in not virtual, in real. But anyway, that has become a common practice now. So it is we are now in the new normal. Okay, so there is a problem in the medical field. So the problem is like this. For COVID, for example, COVID, there are different symptoms. There are different symptoms, and of course, some medical theories are there. And suppose a patient has different symptoms and different diseases. How can we diagnose properly in using the idea of Pythagorean fuzzy set? That is one example that I want to to discuss here. And the second example is about that also is a multi-criteria decision-making problem. Different criteria are there, and using different criteria, how can we make the best decision? Okay, so I will take the first one, even though I have given the presentation as a second one. I will take the first one because of lack of time. Anyway, the required bare minimum theory I will explain first. So this is a Pythagorean fuzzy set. I think all of you have understood this, right? PU is the power set of the set of all Pythagorean fuzzy sets of subsets of a U. Now, a Pythagorean fuzzy set A can be expressed in terms of UI, PAUI. What is PAUI? PAUI is the Pythagorean value of UI with regard to A. Okay. Suppose very fast I will explain the minimum required. Two Pythagorean fuzzy values, mu1 and mu1. So for example, suppose you have a Pythagorean value mu1 and mu1 and mu2 and mu2. What is mu1? Mu1 is the truth membership, mu1 is the false membership, or in other words, mu1 is the membership belonging to, and mu1 is the membership not belonging to. Suppose we have two fuzzy values, Pythagorean fuzzy values, mu1 and mu1 and mu2 and mu2. We have this simple algebra. mu1 is equal to, how do you equate them? Whenever the corresponding truth functions and truth values and false values are equal. And how do you compare that? mu1 less than or equal to mu2 v2, if and only if the truth values are in the same way, but the non-truth values are, the false values are in the reverse way. mu1 less than or equal to mu2 and mu1 greater than or equal to mu2. And mu1 less than strict inequality also like that. And how do you define minimum of two Pythagorean fuzzy values? The minimum of two Pythagorean values, mu1 and mu2. Say for example, mu. What is mu? That mu is the minimum of the truth values, and nu will be the maximum of the false values. So that is how we define the minimum. Similarly, we can define maximum, etc., etc. I'm not going to that. Okay. Then another definition that we require for two Pythagorean fuzzy sets A, B. Inclusion. How do you say inclusion? A is subset of B if and only if mu AI less than or equal to mu BI and mu AI greater than or equal to mu BI. Please notice that it is the other way. Okay. Now another term that I need is similarity measure. Now the idea is we are applying the concept of similarity measure in solving that decision-making problem that I just mentioned. Similarity measure. I would like to invite your attention to ordinary relation. Now you have heard about equivalence relation, right? Equivalence relation, a relation defined on a set X is said to be an equivalence relation if it is reflexive, symmetric, and transitive. And we all studied a very important theorem that an equivalence relation determines a partition of that set. Suppose X is an equivalence relation defined on that. That will partition the whole X into different equivalence classes, and all elements belonging to one equivalence class will be always similar, exactly similar. They will be always similar. They will be not only similar, they will be equivalent. They will be equivalent with regard to that relation. If equality is a relation, they are equal. If something else is a relation, that with respect to that relation, elements belonging to one equivalence class will be all same. We can say same or similar in other words. Okay. Suppose now you have heard about fuzzy relation, right? I think most of you have studied fuzzy relation, and fuzzy similarity relation is also there. There also we have some fuzzy similarity relation satisfies certain conditions, and fuzzy similarity relation also will determine a partition. And in that case, we get similarity classes. In similarity classes, elements between two elements falling in one class may not be fully equivalent. They will be equivalent in a fuzzy sense, not exactly equivalent, but little bit of equivalent, right? So that is and how do we measure that? We measure that in terms of similarity measure. In the equivalence relation case, the similarity measure will be always one. There is no doubt. Two elements, two sets A and B. The similarity measure between, the equivalence measure, that is called equivalence measure, that will be always one. So this particular notion is a generalization of that one, or this was defined by the motivation of the equivalence class case, in the CRISP case. So how do we define a similarity measure? Let A, B be two sets. A real function, it is done in terms of a function. That function will tell you how much it is similar. If the value is bigger, higher, then the similarity will be more. If the value is small, then similarity is less. That is usual way of thinking about similarity, right? That A and B be two sets. A real function SAB is called the similarity measure if S satisfies the following properties. 0 less than or equal to SA, B less than or equal to 1, and symmetric, and 1, right? If A is equal to 1, then it is 1. And if A is contained in B and B is contained in C, then also the SAC less than or equal to minimum of SAB, SBC for any set C. So this is the definition of similarity between two sets. Okay. Now we want the similarity measure between two Pythagorean fuzzy sets. The other was the definition of a similarity in the case of classical sets. Here, I need, because the problem that I mentioned before will be done in terms of the similarity measure. So that is why I developed the theory required. Okay, let X and Y be two Pythagorean values. Listen, similarity measure between two Pythagorean fuzzy sets will be expressed in terms of similarity measure between two the similarity measures of Pythagorean values. So first we define the similarity between Pythagorean values. Okay. Now look at the definition. Let X and Y be two Pythagorean values such that X is the similarity measure between Pythagorean fuzzy values. I'm sorry. X is equal to mu X, nu X, and Y is equal to mu Y, nu Y. So what is X? X is a Pythagorean value. We know that a Pythagorean value is in terms of the truth value and false value, or membership and non-membership. So X is a Pythagorean value means what? Mu X and nu X. And the condition is mu X square plus nu X square for all values should be less than or equal to 1. That's all. And let Y be another Pythagorean fuzzy value. Then the S similarity measure for the Pythagorean fuzzy values X and Y denoted by Sxys is equal to root of, this is a definition that you can define in some other way. This is the definition that I got, I read in some of the papers. 1 minus S mu X minus mu Y squares and nu X 1 minus that. Okay. Where S is a continuous S no. Now, using this definition, we can define the similarity between the two Pythagorean fuzzy sets A and B. Let U denote the universe of discourse A, B, and PU be the two Pythagorean fuzzy sets. Then S similarity measure for A and B denoted by SABS. The other way, in the other case, it is SXY. X and Y are Pythagorean values. Here, they are Pythagorean fuzzy sets. SABS is defined as an expression given there, where WI are weights, which will be sigma WI will be always 1. It will be adding up to 1. So this is one similarity measure that we are using. We are going to use in our model. Okay. So with this background, let us go to one problem in medical diagnosis. Okay. So decision making using similarity measures of Pythagorean fuzzy context. All right. Consider a set of diagnoses. A is equal to A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. Where A1 is viral fever, A2 is malaria, A3 is COVID, A4 is stomach problem, A5 is chest problem. So these can be the final diagnosis, the set of all diagnoses. So suppose a patient has some symptoms, that X1, X2, X3, X4, X5 be the symptoms, where X1 is temperature, X2 is headache, X3 is lack of smell, X4 is cough, X5 is chest pain. So suppose one patient is having these symptoms in different levels that will be expressed down, right? So these are the A denotes the set of diagnosis, and X denotes the set of symptoms. Now, what is the purpose of what is the duty of the doctor? The doctor has to diagnose which with respect to the symptom set of the candidate, I mean of the patient, which disease that particular person has. So that is what he has to do. All right. Now suppose that a patient with respect to the symptoms can be represented by the Pythagorean fuzzy set. It is expressed in terms of a Pythagorean fuzzy set. A. Can you read that? A is equal to x1 0.8.1, x2 0.6.1, x3 0.2.8, x4 0.6.1, x5 0.1.6. What does that mean? How do you interpret it? That particular patient has x1. Suppose the symptom x1 shown by the patient has degree 0.8, and against that the false value is 0.1. Similarly for all these symptoms. So we can say that that particular patient has maximum highest symptom for x1. That means by observation, lab reports x1, the patient has temperature, that in terms of the temperature is 0.8. And what about headache? Of course, he has too much fever, temperature, but the headache is not that much. And what about lack of smell? Lack of smell is only 0.2. That of x4 is 0.6. Cough and x5 chest pain 0.1 only. So this is the lab report. Actually, this is a lab report obtained for the particular patient. Now, in addition, each diagnosis, this is what we have from the medical books. Right? See, x1, this x, suppose x1 has 0.4 and 0 false value, and x2 with x2 0.3 and x3 0.1, x4 0.4, x5 0.1, the correct diagnosis will be A1. Right? This is what we get from the software. This is what the doctor gets from the software. Have you understood? For example, A2, how will you diagnose as A2? The symptom x1 should be truth value 0.7, non-member should be 0, x2 like that. So this is what we have in the software. This is already known to the doctor, or this is what he got from his medical course. Okay. Now, what we do here is we find out. I don't do the calculations here. We find out the similarity measures, similarity between A1 and A. A, what is A? A is the patient, right? A is the patient, and A1 is the standard theory, medical theory. So I am checking how much my patient is similar to A1. I am checking how much my patient is similar to A2, how much it is similar to A3, A4, A5. Or in other words, using the similarity measures that we expressed before, we will be computing the similarity measures of our patient compared to all the theoretical records. And these are the values for the time being. You can believe me, these are the values. And look at this A3A. Yes, A3A is the highest measure of similarity. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? That means the patient A has or is more similar to A3. More similar to A3 because that's the highest value. And what is A3? A3 is A3. A3 is COVID. See? So, as per the observed record of medical record of that particular patient, and based on the knowledge of the doctor that he got from medical records or from software. Nowadays, there are software for all these things. Medical diagnosis can be done, especially there are so many softwares there. So you feed the data, and you will give the that will give you the correct diagnosis and even the medicines. So that particular table A1, A2, A3, that is the medical records. So based on this observation, lab report, we are using similarity measure, the idea of similarity measures to find out how much similar this particular patient A with A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. And we found that it is more near to COVID, A3. Therefore, the correct diagnosis will be A3. And you can order the diagnosis. Suppose, so the next step will be done by a specialist in COVID, and he will do the examination further. If it is not successful, then we order it as A1. The next is A1, next is A2, next is A5, next is A4. So this is how we give the record as a mathematics student. This is not done by a doctor, but this can be done by a mathematical student. So so the doctor is going to have the first assumption or first conclusion that the particular patient A will have COVID. If not A1, if not A2, if not A5, and definitely there is no chance for A4. So this is the a particular model in which we use Pythagorean fuzzy set theory and using similarity measures. Of course, one of my students now who now is in South Africa, he has done his PhD work mainly on similarity relation, similarity and the image segmentation. This particular similarity measure idea can be used in pattern recognition and so many other areas. He has done in image segmentation. So suppose you get an image, there is standard rule, and to what extent that particular unknown image resembles the known image. That way we can conduct studies, and we can make algorithm for that, and we can make software for that. So this is one idea of the application of Pythagorean fuzzy set in medical diagnosis. I think I am out of time. My time is over now. There is one more talk, right? I don't think that I could be dealing the second model. This is okay, right? And this is the reference. Thank you. So if you have any queries or anything, you can ask me now. I'm here to make my comment on your
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the participant, please ask.
Yeah, you can ask questions.
Audience, feel free to ask any queries. Okay, sir. I think no one is there to ask any question. Shall I proceed, sir? Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, you can proceed. If there is no question, I thank the organizers once again for giving me a chance for making a presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your contribution in the conference, sir. And thank you for accepting our invitation and deliver the lecture, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir.
Sir, thank you, sir, for your valuable lecture on explaining the concepts of fuzzy, IFS, and especially the rough set theory. So, which may be the opening for the forthcoming research scholars, I think. And also, you have explained about the decision-making theory and its models, which are explained how the fuzzy logic used in diagnosing the COVID in the present situation. Thank you very much, sir. So, we are all very happy about your lecture. And it's a wonderful lecture, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir. Shall we have the next?
Next session. Kannan, sir.
Sir, yes, sir.
So can you send the feedback link?
Sir, already posted, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you. Selvi ma'am, what we can do? We can start. No problem. Next session.
If he is ready, we shall start now, sir. Mohammed Ali has joined now.
Mohammed Ali has joined or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am there, sir.
Can you
shall we start, Mohammed Ali?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can start, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
Is ready, ma'am. You can start the third session.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Here is technical session 3. We are going to enter into the technical session 3 by Dr. Muhammad Ali. We are very proud to say that the speaker of this session, Mr. Dr. Muhammad Ali, is our research scholar in our department under the guidance of Dr. Yahya Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad Ali is working as an assistant professor at a GTN College, Dindigul, for more than 6 years. He has published 30 plus research papers and a reviewer for 10 plus journals, and in which the special thing is he is a reviewer of IEEE and Springer. So we are very much eager to get your lecture, Muhammad Ali. Please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice introduction, ma'am. So very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Dr. A. Muhammad Ali, Assistant Professor in the Department of Mathematics, GT Arts College, Dindigul. I thank the Principal and HOD of Mathematics and all the colleagues in the Department of Mathematics. And particularly, I thank my research guide and the organizing secretary of the today's conference, Dr. S. Yahya Mohammed sir, for inviting me to present my topic in this conference. Sir, can you see my presentation, sir?
Yes, yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes, you can see.
The topic of the presentation is induced static fuzzy graph structures and its applications. Before that, we see some introduction. The word fuzzy search. The word fuzzy means vagueness. And in the previous session, Dr. Sunny Kodeko sir explained detailed about the decision making using fuzzy set theory. Sir already explained half of my presentation. Thank you, sir. The word fuzzy means vagueness. The fuzzy occurs when the boundary of piece of information is not clear cut. The fuzzy set is introduced by Ladafi-Zadeh in 1965 as an extension of classical set theory. The classical set theory allows the membership of the element in the set in binary terms like 0 and 1. The fuzzy set theory permits the membership functions values in the interval 0 to 1. In 1983, K.T. Atanasoff proposed the concept of induced static fuzzy sets as an extension of well-known fuzzy sets defined by Zadeh. The induced fuzzy sets introduce a new component. It's called a degree of non-membership. The requirement that the sum of the membership and the non-membership must be less than or equal to 1. And the complement of these two degrees to 1 is called a hesitation margin. And George Cargo proposed the name of the induced fuzzy sets. The motivation of their falsification denies the law of excluded middle, the which is one of the main idea of inducionism. Induced fuzzy set theory is applied to many areas in artificial intelligence, like decision making and machine learning, neural networks and pattern recognition and expert system, and logical programming. And induced fuzzy sets are also applied in generalized nets, graphs, and particularly the application of induced fuzzy sets in medicine, optimization, chemical engineering, economics, and computer hardware, sociology, and biology are very familiar. About my topic is in this talk, I will discuss the induced fuzzy graph structures and its application in school determination problem and carry determination problem using max product. And what are the induced fuzzy sets and what are the induced fuzzy sets and how they are different from the fuzzy sets and ordinary fuzzy sets. An induced fuzzy set is of the form A is equal to set of all x comma mu a of x and gamma a of x, and mu a and gamma a are the functions from the set x to the closed interval 0 to 1, and mu a is called the membership degree and gamma a is called the non-membership degree, with the condition that sum of these two membership degree is less than or equal to 1. In induced fuzzy set theory, there is one more degree is there. It's called degree of indeterminacy. That is pi a of x. The pi a of x is defined by 1 minus mu a of x minus gamma a of x. And suppose the indeterminacy degree is 0. For example, pi a of x is 0. Then the induced fuzzy set and its non-membership, for membership and non-membership taken into the account, the sum is 1. So in this case, the non-membership is exactly the complement of the membership. In this case, A is reduced into fuzzy set. Suppose if the membership degree of an element is 1 and the non-member is 0, then the element is completely belongs to the set. And suppose the membership is 0 and the non-membership is 1, then the element is completely outside the set A. Therefore, the induced fuzzy sets is now become an ordinary subset, ordinary crisp set. So, Sar has already told you, fuzzy is a generalization of crisp, and induced fuzzy is a generalization of fuzzy set theory. And this diagram will help us to understand the crisp set, fuzzy set, and induced fuzzy set. So, the collection of distinct elements with a sharp boundary characterized by the characteristic function is called classical set theory, the ordinary set theory, or a crisp set theory. Suppose the collection of elements without sharp boundary characterized by the membership function is called a fuzzy set, and the collection of distinct elements without sharp boundary characterized by the membership and non-membership function is called induced fuzzy set. Here we are to see some of the example for crisp, fuzzy, and induced fuzzy. Now the question is one prime number? But in the crisp sense, the answer is either yes or no. But actually, one is not a prime number, so the answer is no. So in this case, there are two possible opinions or options: member belonging to the set or member does not belong to the set. So it is characterized by the actually here in the crisp scale, in the crisp sense, the membership function is actually equivalent to the characteristic function. Mu a of x is equal to 1 if the element belongs to the A, 0 if the element is not belongs to the set A. So fuzzy set is a generalization of crisp set. In the crisp set, we are only discussing about whether the element is there in the set or not. When coming to the fuzzy set, it includes all the elements having the degrees of membership, and the degree lies between 0 and 1. Right. So here we can see the example is water colorless. In the crisp sense, the answer is yes. Definitely the water is colorless, though. So the answer is yes. So the membership degree for that membership value is 1. And suppose it is no, the membership value is 0. In real-time situation, we are asking this question to the many person is Ram is a honest person or not? So the answer is so all the persons are not saying the same answer, right? The friend of Ram may be told he's extremely honest. And if you ask this question to the enemy of Ra, they definitely say they're extremely dishonest. Okay, so if it is extremely honest, the membership value is 1. If it is very honest, the membership value is 0.8, and it is honest at this time, it is 0.4. Honest at a time, that is 0.4. Extremely dishonest is the membership value is 0. So this is one of the beautiful example for fuzzy sets. Right. Here we have considered set of numbers from 1 to 10. The fuzzy set is labeled as small number that can be defined as a is equal to 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 0.8, 7, 0.1, 10, 0. Here I have to explain why how to assign this membership value to each elements of this collection. So we know that this smallest element among all the element is 1. So definitely 1 is the smallest element in this collection. So we have to assign the membership value 1 to the element 1. And 2 is nearest to the element 1. So it is almost small. So the membership value is 1. And compared to 3, 3 is also nearest to the smallest number 1. So almost small. Therefore, we got to assign 0.8. But suppose we have to take 7. 7 is definitely not the smallest number. But comparatively, we have another more 3 numbers. So 7 is so nearer. 7 is not nearest to the value to the smallest number. It is not nearest to the smallest value 1. So we have to assign each element in this collection with the previous assigned value. Okay, we have to compare the first smallest element to assign the remaining elements. So 7 is actually definitely not small. So the membership value is 0. So after the 7, all the elements gets 0. And so another one example of inductionistic fuzzy set theory. Suppose I said I like an apple, and the question is how much you like. So I like 70%. So next question, why 70%? Why you are not like? Why the 30% is where? Somebody asked me. So sometimes that is the reason is sometimes I feel it is not easily digestible. So I dislike 20%. So this is 0.7 and this is 0.2. And indeterminacy is 10%, that is 0.1. So the total sum of these 3 degrees is equal to 1. So this is one of the example of inductionistic fuzzy set theory. Then we come to the graph structure. A graph is the graph structure is a generalization of simple graphs. The graph structures are very useful in the study of different domains of computer science and computational intelligence. The graph structures was introduced the first time by the Professor Sambat Kumar. The fuzzy graph structures are more useful than graph structures because they deals with the uncertainty and the ambiguity of many real-world phenomena, and they are widely used in the study of some structures like graphs, sign graphs, semi-graphs, and edge-colored graphs, and edge-labeled graphs. The fuzzy graphs have many applications in solving various problems of several domains, including communication, data mining, and image capturing and image segmentation. The graph structure, the definition of graph structure is as follows. The graph structure G star is equal to V comma R1, R2, etc. Rn consists of the non-plus V together with the relation R1, R2, etc. Rn on the set B, which are mutually disjoint such that each relation Ri is symmetric and irreflexive. Why that R is symmetric? Because if there is an edge between X to Y, then automatically there is an edge between Y to X. So it represents the graph is undirected and irreflexive. All of you know the reflexive. A is related to itself. Every element is related to itself. Then we call it as the relation is reflexive. But here it is irreflexive because there is no self loop in the graph G. And one can represent a graph structure G star V of R1, R2, etc. R1 in a plane just like a graph, where each edge is labeled as Ri. So this is an example for graph structure G. It has 5 vertices and 3 relations R1, R2, R3. And each edge is labeled by the relation R1, R2, R3 defined on V. And fuzzy graph structure, alpha be the fuzzy set on V, and gamma 1, gamma 2, etc. gamma n be the fuzzy sets on the relation R1, R2, etc. Rn respectively. If the gamma E of every edge UV lies between 0 and minimum of alpha U and alpha V, for all U comma V belongs to the vertex at B, I is equal to 1, 2, 3, etc. n, then G is called the fuzzy graph structure on the graph structure G star. So this is an example for the fuzzy graph structure. Here we have to assign the relation. I mean, the gamma dash, the value of gamma dash is 0.4 because the minimum of 0.4 and 0.6 is 0.4. So we have to assign 0.4 or lesser than 0.4. So I'm assigning 0.4 here. Similarly, we have to assign 0.6. So this is a graph, fuzzy graph structure. And fuzzy graph theory is finding an increasing number of applications in modeling real-time systems where the level of information and inherent in the system varies with a different level of precision. The fuzzy models are becoming useful because of their aim in reducing the differences between the traditional numerical models used in engineering and sciences. Then induced fuzzy graph structures, G is equal to A, comma, B1, B2, etc. Bn is called the induced fuzzy graph structure of the graph G star. If A is an induced fuzzy set on B and BA is an induced fuzzy set on EI, which satisfy these two conditions, mu BI of xy is less than or equal to minimum of mu A of x and mu A of y, and gamma B of xy is less than or equal to gamma F maximum of gamma A of x and gamma A of y. And sum of these two membership degree should not be greater than 1. It is always lies between 0 to 1. Each EI is reflexive and symmetric, mutually disjoint. This is an example for induced fuzzy graph structure. Here, this graph has 4 vertices and 2 relations. Actually, all the 4 edges are labeled by the relation B1 and B2, and they are irreflexive, symmetric, and mutually disjoint. So induced fuzzy set got an advantage over a fuzzy set because of its additional component, which explains the deficiency of the knowledge in assigning the degree of membership to an object, because there is a fair chance of existence of non-zero persistence spot at each moment of evaluation of anything. So induced fuzzy sets are very useful in providing a flexible model describing an uncertainty and vagueness involving the decision making. So induced fuzzy graphs play a substantial role in chemistry, economics, and computer science, engineering, medicine, and decision-making problem nowadays. This is the definition for the max product of 2 induced fuzzy graph structures. Here we have considered 2 induced fuzzy graph structures, G1 and G2, and on the crisp graph with the underlying crisp graph structures G1 star and G2 star respectively. The max product of 2 induced fuzzy graphs is defined by G1 cross G2 is equal to A, comma, B1, B2, etc. Bn. Here the edge restriction is EI, every product has own its edge restriction. Here the edge restriction for the max product is EI is equal to set of all x1, y1 and x2, y2 such that either the first coordinate is equal and the second coordinates form an edge in the graph G2, or either the second coordinates are equal and the first coordinate form an edge in G1. So this is the condition for vertex membership, and this is the condition for edge membership and non-membership in the max product of 2 induced fuzzy graph structures. So here, this is an example for the max product of 2 induced fuzzy graphs. Here I have considered the 2 graphs G1 and G2. Both are induced fuzzy graph structures. In G1, I have considered 3 vertices and 3 relations, and G2 has 2 vertices and 1 relation. Then the max product comes like this. Using the definition, we can compute the max product of 2 given induced fuzzy graph. So next we are discussing about some of the applications in selecting the suitable courses using the normalized Hamming distance. And let X be the universe of discourse and A and B are 2 induced fuzzy set. And Smith et al. Proposed following distance measures called the normalized Hamming distance. Is one of the very popular distance measure in induced fuzzy set theory. A lot of distance measures are available, but among the distance functions, the Hamming is very reliable distance measure. So in this case, in the following list of courses and skills and jobs opportunities are all involving in our problem. So I am taking the courses, professional, technical courses, or arts and science courses, and management courses, or computer-oriented courses I am taking. And then skills are teaching skills and problem-solving skill and computer skill and administrative skills. And jobs are entrepreneurship, industry-oriented jobs, and public sector jobs, and private sector, and teaching jobs. So first I am going to explain everything in detail. Suppose first I am taking the course list. In the course list, the first one is a professional and technical course. Most of the common courses come under this category or engineering courses. At present, most of the Indian students prefer to study this type of courses, and there are enough number of resources is there to be teach this type of courses. And the second one is arts and science courses. Most of the Indian graduates come under this category. There are enough number of very good institutions are there in India to teach this type of courses. And the third one is administrative courses. This is comparatively newer to the students community, but still there are enough number of government and private educational institutions is there to teach this type of courses. And the final one is a computer oriented course. And this is also comparatively newer to the students community, but still enough number of resources is there to study computer oriented courses. Now we are going to discuss the next one. The next one is skills. In the skills aspect, we are discussing the various types of skills. The first one is teaching. Here we mean not only the teaching in the universities or colleges, but the skill is to teach what they have learned. The ability to explain whatever they understand and learn. This is one of the vital skills to do the job successfully. And the second one is a problem solving skill. And this is different from the previous one. The skill exhibits the ability to analyze the things through what they have learned and find the solution to the problem. And the third one is a computer skill. And at present, the skill is needed in each and every job to some extent. Of course, all of you have accepted, I think. The fourth one is administrative skill. And nowadays, this skill is also required to do most of the jobs, since most of the jobs can be done through the teamwork and not of any individual one. So the managing problem and other things are also vital to do a job successfully. And next, I'm going to explain the different jobs opportunities. Here we have considered the 5 jobs: entrepreneurship, industrial oriented job, and public sector, private sector, and teaching jobs. In the first one, entrepreneurship, the most of the successful people in the industry in the history choose this path in their career. Am I right? But at the same time, many of the people lost their career by choosing this path, because no need various skills to become a successful successful entrepreneur. Only subject knowledge or technical knowledge is not enough to run the enterprise. So the second one is industrial oriented jobs. All the types of manufacturing industries are coming under this category. So subject or technical knowledge is required to do these type of jobs. The third one is the public sector job. Most of the graduates prefer the public sector jobs because of their security in this kind of jobs. But one needs various skill to get a public sector job apart from their subject knowledge. The fourth one is a private sector job. Even though job security is less in this kind, but one can move faster in their career if they have enough talent. And opportunities in the private sector are much higher than the other sectors. So the final one is teaching job. Again, here we mean not only the teaching in the college or universities, but the jobs where one can teach whatever he or she already learned. So now we know there is a relation between the above concepts, and we are going to express them in the mathematical terms and analyze them to find a solution to our problem. That is, which type of course one has to take in order to get a particular type of job through the proper skill developments. Right. Okay. So now the question is, what is the need of inductionistic fuzzy set in this problem? Suppose we consider the following statement: computer skills are essential to do the private sector jobs. Some people may agree the statement up to some extent. At the same time, some may disagree the same up to some extent, but there are certain people have some hesitation either to agree or to disagree the above statement. But all the above possible opinion can be converted into the fuzzy sets only with the help of induced fuzzy sets, because it has the value for degree of membership, degree of non-membership, and the degree of indeterminacy of an element. So this is an example. This table represents the relationship between the courses and jobs and the skills. In the profession, for example, if a person want to study the professional courses, the teaching how much is teaching skills required is 60%, and the non-membership, some of them disagree with 10%, and 30% of the people agree or disagree. In a similar way, the values are constructed with the valued arguments with the professionals. Okay. Then this is a graphical representation of the above data in induced fuzzy graph structure G1, and the table 2 represents the relationship between the skills and jobs. So in the teaching job, there is no 20% entrepreneurship skill is required, but in the industry at the point of industry we need 40%. But in the public sector 30%, and private is almost it's very less, so it is 20%. But in the teaching job, it is 80% may get their job opportunities. So in the similar way, I have to construct this table. This is a induced graph structure of G2, and the distance between the courses and jobs is fine. This table represents the distance between the courses and jobs. It is obtained by using the normalized Hamming distance function between the above two tables. So applying the fact that the shortest distance between the two induced fuzzy sets shows more similarity between them, and this table obtained by finding the distance between the courses and jobs using normalized Hamming distances. But actually, we can from the table we can understand that the distance between the professional courses and the teaching job is comparatively lesser than the distance between professional courses with the other any jobs. Similarly, the arts and science courses also we get the same result. And this shows that if one wants to get the teaching job, then he or she can choose any one of the professional or arts and science degrees for a successful completion of the course will help him or her to get their desired job, teaching. Apart from the teaching job, professional degree holders have an equivalent chance to get a job in industries and public sector and private sectors, but the arts and science degree holders have same chance to get the jobs in public and private sectors. Less chance to get the jobs in industries compared to the professional degree holders, but the degree holders and professional as well as the arts and science courses have less chance to become a successful entrepreneur. So this is obvious that because simply subject or technical knowledge wouldn't help them to become a successful entrepreneur, and it needs some other skills. For the management courses, there is an equal chance to get all types of jobs in expert teaching. So this shows that the skills which one can develop through studying management courses will help him or help to get the jobs easily other than teaching. So in the same way, one can interpret the other values in the table. And next, we are going to see the application of max product in induced fuzzy graph structure in school determination. Suppose that S be the set of schools and P be the set of all papers and Q be the set of students. Let R1 be the relation between the school point and each subject paper, and relation R2 become the relation between the student and their corresponding subject entrance score. So see, this is a matrix. This matrix is obtained by finding the distance between the students and the schools. Applying the fact that the shortest distance between the induced fuzzy sets shows more similar between them. Therefore, it can be described that for a student Qi is to enroll the school corresponding to minimum over I D of Qi, Sj. And here we have considered the set of schools here and the set of papers, Tamil, English, mathematics, science, and social science to be the set of papers, and Q be the set of students, Ali, Matthew, Sunil, and Yusuf and Joseph. And these are all the two induced fuzzy graph structures G1 and G2 for representing the above data. And We have assumed that G1 equal to Q comma N1, N2, N3, N4, N5 is an induced fuzzy graph structure of the students, and G2 be the induced fuzzy graph structure for the schools. And this is the max product of the above two graphs. It comes like this. And the relation between the school point and the subject paper, and the relation between the students and their corresponding average internal marks is given the table on table 2. And this table represents the relationship between the school point and the subject paper. And the following table, we have used induced fuzzy sets as the tool since it incorporates the membership grades. Here, this 0.9 represents the average mark of the questions that have been correctly answered by the student, and 0.1 represents the non-membership grade, that is the average mark of the question that have been incorrectly answered by the student. So similarly, you have to compute all the values in this table. This table represents the relation between the students and their corresponding average score marks, average internal marks. And this table is obtained by finding the distance between the above two data using the normalized Hamming distance. In this table, we can see that Ali is to enroll the school S1 because among the distance function, the 0.07 is minimum. So Ali is to enroll, Ali, Sunil, Joseph is to enroll to the school S1, and Matthew is to enroll to the school S4, and Yusuf is to enroll to the school S3. Right. So this is my conclusion. Thank you. Sir?
There are questions from the audience. I think it is available in the chat box. Can you explain this, all the answers for these questions?
Yes, sir.
Audience, participants.
Can you suggest some of the journals related to this concept in application of induced fuzzy? Yeah, a lot of journals are there, sir. I recently have published one paper in complex and intelligent systems. He is an SC indexed journal. He published it free of cost. You can refer this journal. It's very, they have published only the application oriented paper, not the theoretical papers. You can go through that paper, that paper, sir. Complex and intelligent systems in Springer. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Any participants, please ask the question. If you have any doubts, please ask the question from the resource person, please.
Okay, sir.
Can you show the conclusion part again, please? Because
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. From the above decision matrix, in this above decision matrix, the less distance between the students and the school implies more possibility to get the enrollment in the corresponding school. Therefore, the Ali is to enroll to the school S1, and Matthew is to enroll to the school S4, and Sunil is to enroll S1, and Yusuf will be enrolled to the school S3, and Joseph is to enroll to the school S1. That is my conclusion, sir.
so this is using max product, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any other product we use, sir, for this concept?
Max product is more relevant to this concept, sir, because we are to take all the combinations, so that I'm using max product here, sir. But here we can apply many other products, but you have to justify why you have to apply this product.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So one more person is asking, can we find the similarity between the two structures using this concept? Yes, sir, we can apply it.
From the participants, please. You may ask, otherwise you can type in the chat box, please.
Audience, is there any question? Sir, shall we proceed? Yeah, here, sir. Yahya sir, shall I proceed?
Okay, ma'am, we can proceed, no problem.
Okay,
Once
sir.
again, I thank all the committee members for inviting me in this conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Muhammad Ali sir, please, you can, the first slide, you can show the, please. Please show the first slide. The topic is, I want to know. Hindustani fuzzy graphs, I think. Huh?
Yes, yes, sir.
And applications. Huh?
Yes, sir. Hindustani fuzzy graph structures and its applications.
Understanding fuzzy structures and its applications. 1 minute. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Muhammad Ali, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, we are very much proud that our student has delivered a lecture in our conference, virtual conference. So very happy to see you in this conference. And you have given a very beautiful lecture on fuzzy and crisp sets and in our real-time situations. Okay, and also you have given the normalized Hamming distance, also fuzzy graph structures, and how it is applied. The applications also have explained in a very detailed manner. So very nice of you. Very nice lecture we have heard. Thank you. Thank you, Muhammad Ali.
Thank you.
Now we have come to the end of the session. Right from the morning, we have been in the lecture of many technical sessions, keynote address, etc. So now we are at the end of the session. And nothing will be fulfilled without thanking. So now I call upon Dr. A. Jnanam to deliver the vote of thanks.
Ma'am, report of the report.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I think you can call the principal also, please. We can call the principal.
Sir. Okay.
Just wait.
So we shall wait for him. Wait for our principal, sir.
2 minutes. I will call him.
Okay, sir. Before you give the report letter, join, sir.
And with some applications. Ma'am, Dr. Yahya Mohammed, ma'am. Oh, sorry, ma'am. Sorry. Thank you. Now, madam, sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Madam,
okay, ma'am. Thank you. So, Selvi, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Principal is in the meeting, please.
Okay, yes, sir. Just now I saw it. So now we are in the end of the session. Right from the morning, we have taken more knowledge. We have gathered the knowledge of fuzzy and as well as the application of mathematics in various fields, etc. Now we shall have the report of this conference. So now I call upon our colleague, Dr. S. Yahya Mohammed, to submit the report of the conference. Sir, please welcome.
Thank you, Sundamil Chelvi, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Principal, esteemed head and staff from Department of Mathematics and other departments, delegates, and my dear participants. Good evening to one and all. By the grace of Almighty and the blessings of our principal and good-hearted persons, and with the help of my friends in the Department of Mathematics, we are at the end of the conference. As the organizing secretary, it's my privilege to present the report of the conference in this time. We have received good responses from the participants. Total 267 participants registered for this conference from various institutions in all over the world. Out of 267 participants, 90 assistant professors, 7 associate professors, and 4 professors, 30 research scholars, and 133 PG students. The participants are very enthusiastic for attending the conference. The participants from various states and countries are registered. There are 247 participants from Tamil Nadu, 14 from other states of the country, and six are from abroad. The conference started at 11:10 a.m. Dr. S. Sudha HOD, Department of Mathematics, welcomed the gathering. 1 minute. Can I audible?
Yeah,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. Because the conference started at 11:10 a.m. Dr. S. Sudha HOD, Department of Mathematics, welcomed the gathering. Dr. S.S. Rosemary, Principal of Government Arts College, Tiruchi, delivered the present address and explained some applications of mathematics. Dr. S. Yahya Muhammad, Organizing Secretary of the conference, presented the theme of conference and introduced the chief guest. Chief guest Professor Dr. Mridula Kanoria, Professor, University of Calcutta. Professor Dr. Mridula Kanoria delivered lecture on topic thermal damage of living tissues due to hyperthermia perfusion and motivate the participants in different research areas. She stated that hyperthermia is currently under study in many clinical trials, particularly in Europe, Japan, and US, to improve and better understand these promising techniques. And technical session 1 by Dr. M.G. Fazul Karim, Department of Information Technology, Mathematical Section, University of Technology and Application, Al Musanna, Sultania of Oman. His topic is cancer mathematical modeling. He explained about tumor, cancer and virus, and some mathematical models of tumor. He posted the question, can mathematics can cure the cancer or not? And also he explained about multidisciplinary research. And session 2, the resource person is Dr. A. Sunny Kuriakos. He started at 2 o'clock and his topic is on the topic fuzzy decision theory. And he is from Chief Administrative and Dean Research, Mar Basil's Institute of Technology and Science, Nellimattam, Kerala. He explained about fuzzy theory, similarity measure between two Pythagorean fuzzy sets. Also, he enlightened the topic medical diagnosis decision making using similarity measures in the Pythagorean fuzzy set context. He gave the examples and explained. And session 3, technical session 3 by Dr. A. Muhammad Ali, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, GTN Government Arts, GTN College, Autonomous, Dindigul. And his topic is Hindustanic fuzzy sexes and its application. He explained with some applications and the participants are enlightened with all the topics. All the resource persons are enlightened the knowledge of the participants. As the organizing secretary, I take this opportunity to thank our principal for her constant support and guidance. It's my pleasure to thank Dr. S. Sudha, HOD, and convener of the conference, and my team members of the conference, Dr. A. Nanam, Dr. P. Anbalagan, Dr. S. Sendamil Selvi, Dr. A. Farida Asma, Mrs. P. Uma Maheswari, Dr. G. Siri Vidya, and Mrs. E. Kavida Rani. Really, with all your help and support, this conference finished successfully. Thank you, one and all. Thank you all, my department faculty members. Also, I thank my PhD scholars and the students of Government Arts College and other faculty members and students from various institutions. Because without participants, the conference will not be successful. So I thank once again in this time. May God bless us all with good health and successful life. With this prayer, I conclude my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the report of the conference you have submitted now. And now we are coming to the end of the session. Nothing will be fulfilled without thanking anything. So thanking is the most important thing in our life. When we say more thanks, we get more thing. So now I call upon my colleague, Dr. A. Jnanam, to deliver the word of thanks. AJ ma'am. Jana ma'am.
ma'am.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, yes.
Good evening to one and all. It's my immense pleasure to thank our principal for encouraging us to conduct such conference. We thank you very much, ma'am. I'm happy to thank our head of the department, Dr. Sudha, for planning this conference. I thank Dr. S. Yahya Muhammad, who is the pillar, and he has the arrangements made by him with all his efforts. Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to thank Dr. Mrudula Kenoria for her valuable speech on hypothermia concept using mathematical equations. Madam, madam's lecture was very interesting. He went in depth to explain how this cancer is treated, can be treated using our equations. I thank Dr. M.S. Fajul Karim for his brief talk about the connection of mathematics in physics, biology, and everything. And third one, I also wish to thank our speaker, Dr. Sunny Kuriakos. The impressive fact for me in his lecture is the Pythagorean system. It was because I am a number theorist. I was attracted because of this Pythagorean number system. And finally, I thank Dr. Muhammad Ali. His lecture was very interesting. Actually, he has took so many examples in his lecture. And again, one more thing I have forgotten. Mr. Dr. Sunny Kuriakos in his lecture has given how it is applied. This first theory is applied in identifying COVID-19, which is in which pandemic period we are now. Therefore, it is very interesting. And finally, I thank our colleagues and for their full support. Also, our students for their fullest support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ananda. Thank you. Kanan sir, stop the recording, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Principal, ma'am, thank you very much. How was the conference, ma'am? Please unmute please unmute. Unmute, ma'am, please.
Sir, congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
How was success?
Thank you, ma'am. Because
Thank you.
because of your support and all things, ma'am. Blessings and all things. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we leave the meeting? Kanan sir, can we leave the meeting? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you.